Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
As chairman of the Nash County Board of Commissioners, I now call our recess budget session to order. We start our meeting with a prayer, and at this time, Commissioner Fred Belfield Jr. It's followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Commissioner Wayne Outlaw.
Let's all bow our heads in prayer. Every day is a day of thanksgiving. God has been good to us. Every day he blesses us. And we need to take the time to bless and satisfy the Lord's will. Yes, Father, we love you. We know we have our health and strength because of you. We know we are here because of you. And there are many challenges and many changes that's happening in the world today. You know what they are. I don't need to describe them. And I'm sure that you, in your due time, that you will take care of everything. There's power in a lot of people's hand that don't know how to use it. And Father, we ask you to bless Nash County. Bless the county commissioners and leadership of Nash County as we carry on for the citizens of Nash County. We ask you to bless North Carolina, bless America, bless the whole world. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
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 Would you join us in the pledge? I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, everyone have the agenda, so we will start with a welcome from our county manager, Stacy Stack.
Thank you. Yes, good morning and welcome. Thank you for your attendance today. Just to set the stage a little bit, we are now in the next phase of the budget process. We've had some small work sessions where we have shared with board members all of the information that staff have received as far as requests from departments. And today we'll be going through how we have kind of cut back on those requests to work towards a balanced budget. We are not quite there yet. We still have a little gap, but we will explain that to the board and have some conversations with you today that will help guide us in closing that gap. But I thank you very much. Your materials are in front of you with the hole punches in them. So if you brought your notebooks when you leave today, you can plop those into your notebook and have everything in one place. But please make sure that you're asking questions along the way so that we can make sure that you have a full understanding of the budget that we're looking at and the direction that we're heading in. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, first agenda item is award audit contract. Nikki Stanton, Finance Officer.
All right, good morning. The Government Finance Officer Association recommends as a best practice that governmental entities should undertake a full-scale competitive process for the selection of independent auditors at the end of the term of each multi-year audit contract, consistent with applicable legal requirements. Based on the best practice recommendation, the Nash County Finance Office sent out a proposal for Nash County Financial Audit Services for the term beginning with the current fiscal year, 2026. Requests were submitted for participation to all qualified firms, including the current auditors, as their performance has proven satisfactory. A notice was also placed on the Nash County website on February 23, 2026. Proposals were received by March 26, 2026 for the following three firms: Bernard Robinson from Charlotte, Thompson Price Scott Adams and Company from Whiteville, Malden and Jenkins from Raleigh. The proposals were evaluated on the following criteria: qualifications and experience, key staff, cost, ability to meet the RFP priorities and outcomes, compliance with the general bidding requirements, and general submission of proposal requirements of the RFP. After evaluating the proposals based on the criteria noted above, as well as contacting references and conference with the partners, the finance officer recommends Thompson Price Scott Adams and Company, located in Whiteville. The audit fee proposed by Thompson Price Scott Adams and Company for Nash County is $67,100, with no increase for the next 3 years. Although the fee was not the primary criteria for the selection, we wanted to note that the fee from Thompson Price Scott Adams and Company was the lowest received in the proposals. The recommendation is to approve the audit contract for Thompson Price Scott Adams and Company for a minimum contract term of 3 years. Any questions?
Commissioner Davis?
Question I ask frequently, not to pinpoint you down, but the same firm we've been with for quite a while. You've been new to Nash County. Do you see any advantages, which I always have, in occasionally changing firms to get new looks at a situation as large as Nash County?
So one, there's no requirement to do an RFP on a regular basis for audit contracts. However, it is recommended. But secondly, the way that the audit firms do this is they have multiple partners, and they take turns looking at the audits. So we don't have the same auditor looking at our books every time.
Apparently train y'all to say that, because every time I've asked a question, regardless of the finance director, that's the same answer that I get. But you personally, do you not see some advantages in occasionally changing firms? And I know they're limited, and that's something I'd like you to comment on. Are it still as hard to get someone to do it as it has been? Is it getting worse? Is it getting better?
It's getting worse. They're getting out of the business a lot. And the ones that are still in the business, they're able to charge a lot of money to have it done because it is so time consuming. I think the comfort level with this audit firm, they know our process, we know their process, we know when the information is due. They already have templates set up for our information, so it's not a recreation of all of the AFR and the things that they have to create for us. One of the firms actually did not submit an audit request for us because they said having to recreate all that would just be too costly for them, because audit firms do not pass that information on to the next audit firm. So they would have to recreate the wheel, basically.
And I will say I've always been pleased with the amount we have been charged. And I think that probably is an attribute to the fact that we have great staff, always have had, and they know they're gonna come in here and not spend so much time because the stuff is gonna be in darn good shape, and I appreciate that. But I just can't get beyond the fact that occasionally, I just think we ought to, if possible, look at other firms every once in a while. But thank you for your comments.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Commissioner Howard?
Just one question. I know there was a discrepancy that was recently found, and it was identified by Stacy and sent to us in the email, but the identification of that, was that money that was the difference, discrepancy there, was it found by the auditor or was it found by us?
So it was found by us when we were doing some legwork. It was only on one sheet of paper on the presentation. It's not in the ACFR. It's not in the AFR. It's nowhere else. It was just as they were putting the presentation together, they double calculated the state, the state reserve number,
Okay.
and they put it in two places.
So that information wasn't something that the auditor would look at or call?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Fairfield?
Why a 3-year contract rather than an annual contract?
Just because they've locked in our price for 3 years. I think it's more beneficial to sign a long-term contract with the same price so that we don't get an increase. Because we went out for RFP this year, there was an increase in prices instead of just signing another year contract, which is always an option.
Okay. Any further questions from Commissioner? Seeing none, is there a motion to award the audit contract?
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw and second by Commissioner Howard, that we award the audit contract. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
All right.
We're gonna pass out his materials for him.
All right, the next item is Davenport Company. Ted Cole will present us with the credit rating overview, debt profile.
Those are coming around. Good morning. Everybody will have the exact same discussion materials to go through. And there should be plenty to go around if others beyond the board and would like a copy. Well, good morning. Again, Ted Cole with Davenport. My colleague, Mitch Briguglio, and I have made this presentation for a number of years related to budget. I know you all are in the thick of things. Not looking for any action on this presentation, just information. Like to entertain your questions as we go and more of a discussion or a dialogue, so please feel free to weigh in. There are page numbers in the bottom right corner. And this is set up very similar to what we've presented in prior years. So the first section that we wanted to cover is credit rating, bond ratings. If you go to page 3, and again, you look at the bottom right corner, and on the left-hand side of this slide, we have the rating scale from the 3 most commonly used rating agencies, Moody's, Standard & Poor's, and Fitch. Moody's and Standard & Poor's are the most commonly used. You all have had ratings from both of those agencies for a number of years, and the gold box indicate where your rating is. It's a AA2 from Moody's, a AA from S&P. They're on parity with one another. They've got you rated at the same level. AAA being the highest rating that any local government, state, or sovereign, national rating can achieve. AAA, you're 2 notches away from that. In the upper left, you'll see a few data points from Moody's and S&P. Most importantly, they're looking at the county on a regular basis. Maybe when the budget is adopted, maybe when the audit's available. They may not be reaching out and talking to staff, but they're reviewing financials and other things. So these are current ratings. The proactive discussions we might have with the rating agencies typically come if we're going out to do debt in the bond market. But these ratings exist. On the right-hand side, we subscribe to a database that Moody's maintains, and when you look at that upper right chart or graph, these are counties that Moody's rates nationally, across the country. From AAA down to single A, they rate 726 counties. You all are one of 220 counties that are rated AA2. And then same data, but within North Carolina, directly below it, Moody's rates 59 counties across North Carolina. They rate 21 counties as AA2, one of which is Nash County. So you can get a sense of who your rating peer is at AA2, but also who is rated at a higher level or a lower level, just to give you that perspective. And you'll see there's nothing about geographic location. It's really about size. It's about economy and other metrics that, place one county in a certain rating category versus another. What we're about to present on some capital discussion, should generally be very well received by the rating agencies, the local government commission for that matter. And I don't think there's any reason over time where improving the county's rating wouldn't be a possibility. Let's talk a little bit off of page 4 how they go about rating local governments, and I'll speak specifically off of the Moody's chart in the upper left. The rating agencies start with data, right? So there are audits, budgets, and census data. They're very detailed calculations that they do, and out of that comes a score, and that is the beginning point for the rating. And for Moody's, you'll see they have 4 areas that they focus on. Economy is worth 30% of their rating, so it's the tax base, it's wealth levels, and it's economic output of the region. None of which you all as a board have direct control over in the short term, right? Those are all things that happen over time, improve or don't, and it's not something you can just budget a higher tax base or budget more higher paying jobs or wealth levels. So 30% of the rating is economy, longer term control. 30% of the rating is financial performance, so that's how you budget and how you perform relative to your budget, and your fund balances. And you all do have more control over those things, and that is something that you've managed very well over the years, and you'll see that in a moment. Thirdly, institutional framework is 10% of the rating. That is just a function of being a North Carolina county. They view North Carolina as a good local government state. Generally, local governments have a lot of control over their budgets. They're not hamstrung by, at least at this point, tax limitations or union contracts, things like that that you might see in other states where they don't view the local government structure quite as being quite as strong. But again, you get a very good score for institutional framework, but you don't really control that. That is assigned on a state-by-state level. And then finally, what they call leverage. So it's actual debt, but it's also pension obligations for your retirees and employees and post-employment benefits. So it's debt and debt-like items. And you do have some control over that. So when we look at this, between the economy and the institutional framework, there's about 40% of the rating that isn't directly manageable by the county board. Those are longer-term plays. So we focus on financial performance and debt where you do have some greater level of control. S&P gets to about the same place, a few more moving parts to it, but the real takeaway is we often think about the rating agencies when we're issuing debt, and debt is certainly part of their analysis, but they really do look at a very wide range of concepts when they're assigning a rating. Okay, so we've got a few slides on general fund balance. If you go to slide 6, and you can tie all of this out to the audit. By the way, we've had a handful of calls with staff, right? All of this is pretty well dialed in, right? And we've vetted multiple drafts with your staff leading up to today's presentation. The upper left graph is looking at 5 fiscal years, fiscal year 21 through 25. The gold line is your operating revenues in the general fund, and then the bars consist of 3 pieces. Dark green is your operating expenses, the lighter green is your debt service, and the grayish is your capital funding or transfers out. And by and large, over this 5 years, the gold line has been above those bars, which is where you would want it, right? Revenues are over expenditures. You've got a structurally balanced budget. And as a result, when you look at the bottom left, which is your fund balance by fiscal year, for most of these years, fund balance has grown every year. We've got some observations on the right. We do know that you've maintained a healthy fund balance across the entire 5-year period. You'll see in a moment you're well in compliance with your policies. That's a non-issue. In 2023, you'll notice in the fund balance that the fund balance level dropped, but that was largely driven, if not entirely driven, by capital investment, one-time spending of money on one-time expenses, not supplementing operating. So if you're going to use reserves, that's the ideal situation, is to use it for one-time expenses like capital rather than supplementing your operating budget. You all have not been supplementing your operating budget. And so that use of reserves is a commonly accepted practice. And when we get to the CIP, we're going to talk about the likely or potential continued use of some excess reserves above your fund balance policy as part of the funding plan. So the trends are good, and even though the fund balance dropped a little bit in '23, we know why. It's very thoughtful budgeting approach, and then subsequent to that, in '24 and '25, you've rebuilt those reserves. Conservative budgeting, you outperform your budget, dollars tend to fall to the bottom line into fund balance. All right, and please, jump in if you got a question. Page 7, yes, sir.
I think we all should realize certainly that the last 2 years are majorly affected by reval. Is there anything that you do that takes that into account, that we got a surge in revenue because of reval versus just looking at it straight on like we're looking at it?
Well, values certainly have gone up, and that's been happening across the state, but it's really, the revenue is driven by what you do with the tax rate, right?
It is.
Regardless of what the tax base does. So, you've set the tax rate commensurate with the reval at whatever levels needed to sustain operations, and you've created some surpluses. So we wouldn't necessarily try to adjust for revaluation. It's really about where the tax rate lands and the revenue that's generated. Is it adequate to cover expenses and capital, or is it not? And you all have set it where it's adequate, and frankly then some, right? You've got some reserves, not because of where the tax rate's set, but also conservative budgeting, outperforming your budget, and those reserves have been growing in the last couple of years. So I'm not sure I've answered your question, but.
Well, the second part of that is we've got 5 to 6 years to go with that same value, pretty much, because we grow little. We grow about 1% a year, but we're spending at a rate that's greater than 1% a year. So I just think we got to recognize we got to keep our foot off an accelerator and keep patting the brake, because we got time we've got to buy moving forward.
Yeah, and I guess maybe that starts to get to a tax rate strategy. Is the tax rate adjusted at the reval and it kind of carries you through to the next reval? Is that one strategy, or do you want to look at the tax rate every year and make adjustments? If the idea is to hold that rate to the next reval, then it would make sense that in the early years following the reval, you've got some additional dollars coming in, but those presumably are going to be needed as you get to the later period, just before the next reval, because your revenues are relatively constant, but expenditures over that time presumably would grow, and that would come more into an equilibrium right ahead of the next reval. And I think that's maybe where you all have landed.
Exactly. You just made the point I'm trying to make. We almost don't believe in tax rate increases. Therefore, we've got to buy time with where we're at.
Right.
We're going to look good in the early years. We're going to look better in the middle. But then as we get near this 8-year cycle, we got to buy time to get us there.
Right, and to your point, if we saw on the heels of the last reval, if we saw a surplus land into the general fund, not to get caught up that is a sustainable level of surplus that you would expect to see every year going forward. Presumably, holding the rate constant, things will get tighter financially leading up to the next revaluation.
Correct, thank you.
Okay. Agreed on that completely. All right, so if you go to page 7, we restate your fund balance policy, and it essentially says that in the general fund, you want to maintain a unassigned fund balance equal to 20% of the budget. And remember, when you look at the audit, you're going to see 4 or 5 different categories of fund balance. Unassigned is the category that you have the most control over those dollars, the least amount of outside restrictions. And so the math for FY25 is in the bottom left. We start with the general fund expenditures, roughly $118 million. 20% of that, which is your policy, would say at our policy level, line 3, we would need to demonstrate we've got approximately $23.7 million of fund balance. That would be right at your policy. In reality, we were sitting a little over 48 million, which is about 40%, right? So in excess of your policy. We also know, in talking with staff on lines 8 and 9, that there have been some appropriated fund balance already in FY '26, potentially some additional appropriation that staff and y'all, I think, have discussed, and we'll probably get some additional discussion. That's the 2.3 and the 1.9. If we assume that those might happen or be spent, that gets us to line 11, which is 20.4 million. Let's round up, 20.5 million that you might be able to consider as being fund balance above your policy level, taking into account recent appropriations. And as Mr. Davis said, right, those reserves will likely be important as you work through future budgets before the next revaluation. Assuming the tax rate is held constant where it is, those reserves may be a very important part of future budgets as revenues and expenditures start to get a little bit closer than they were in FY '25. But I think it's reasonable to put in play that there is approximately 20.5 million as of FY '25 of fund balance above your policy level. And that will come into play here in a moment. We've graphed it on the upper right. You can see the green line is your fund balance as a percent of budget. The red line is your policy. No concerns with compliance, and you can see that things got very tight in '23. You were in compliance with your policy, but that was, I believe, leading right up to the last reval. And so that cycle may repeat itself, right? As you're in the midst of the current reval cycle, that green line could come down as you're using those reserves to help fund the budget without having to adjust tax rates.
Compliance for what few months in there.
Maybe so, yeah, that was close. And remember, this is all done as of June 30th, right? It's literally a point in time. Throughout the fiscal year, your reserves will ebb and flow as money's coming in and money's going out. But we always look at it as of June 30. The bottom right will give you a little perspective on the comparison to these other rated counties nationally and within North Carolina. So Nash County's in gold. That's your fund balance unassigned as a percent of the budget, 40%. The green, lighter green lines are the AAA, AA, and single A national counties. It's the median for each of those. So it's the midpoint for each of those. Half of them will be higher, half will be lower. But you can see the general takeaway at 40%, you're above the median for your national rated counties. And then the dark green is North Carolina, AAA, AA, and single A. And you can see you're above the medians there as well. Higher is generally viewed as better from a rating perspective. But it's interesting to see, like the AAA median, there's somebody as high as 62%. In the AA median, there's somebody as high as 80%. So it's a wide range. And remember, this is 30% of the rating, right? Remember that matrix. So it's important, but it's not the end-all, be-all. I think the takeaway is you have a good policy, you're in compliance with that policy and then some. We understand that these reserves could come down going forward as we get to the next reval. That is not a problem. I think that's part of a management strategy, budget strategy, and on a comparative basis, you all stack up very well to other similarly rated counties. Okay. So now we want to talk about debt, and we start with existing debt on page 9. This is all the debt outstanding that you all support from general tax revenue of the county. In the bottom left, you'll see there's about $62 million of debt outstanding that has been issued over the years. Roughly $35 million of that was for county purposes, $21 million for school purposes, and $4 million for community college. That adds up to the $62 million. On the graphic in the upper left or the table on the right, either way, will show you by fiscal year the annual principal payment, interest payment, and total payment. We know those to the penny. Everything y'all have outstanding is fixed rate. Nothing is variable or moving. And so in fiscal '26, the year we're in that table, you'll see the total payment was a little over 7 million. And we know going into fiscal '27, that payment's going to step up to 8.2 million, primarily driven by the 2025 debt we did last year, where the real full payment of that is going to be recognized in FY '27. So we know the payment is stepping up. That's obviously being baked into the manager's budget. And the other thing I would note on the far right, it says 10-year payout ratio, and it's a percentage. It is measuring just the principal, the 62 million. Forget about the interest for a moment. Just the 62 million. And what it's measuring is 10 years from now, how much of that 62 million will have been repaid? And you're at almost 90%. Higher is better. It means you're amortizing your debt quickly. You're not backloading it. So, and you'll see here in a moment, that's a very strong percentage. You have a very rapid pay down of your debt, which is generally viewed very favorably. And you're well in excess, there's a footnote down there, of what a policy might be if you ever wanted to consider a policy. We see minimum policies for that ratio at 50, 55%. So at 90%, you have a very rapid payback of debt. And again, that's a good thing from where we sit.
Would there be any time that you would double that payback?
Double it?
Yes, rather than just paying on, basically on a 10-year period, a certain amount, somewhere in there, could you double up on it?
Considering longer-term debt, maybe?
Yes.
Yes, I mean, certainly when you're getting into long-term assets, bricks and mortar, buildings, I think that would certainly be a reasonable conversation to have, is maybe some of those might be a 20-year debt. That's about the maximum that the local government commission would want you to do. And so you would be at that time, I think you'd be balancing what's an affordable payment versus what's the expected useful life of this asset, right? And spreading that cost out over a longer period of time. So we normally look at that on a case-by-case basis, again, driven by what is it that we're financing and how long are those assets expected to be in service, and what level of annual payment are we comfortable committing to in our budget.
I think you missed his question.
Okay.
Could y'all keep talking? I think Mr. Billfield was asked if we paid double as we went, rather than string it out, but I'm not sure what he meant.
Okay. Well, paying back, I was speaking about one scenario where maybe you consider long-term debt. Remember, the debt we did last year was a 10-year debt.
Right.
It's a pretty quick payback.
Right.
LGC would let you spread debt over 20 years. If you decide you'd like to pay more quickly, most of your loans will allow for that, and I think that would be a function of, do we have the capacity in our budget to make additional payments beyond what are required by the loan documents? Does that answer?
Yeah. Is it any advantage when we're thinking about these loans being fixed rather than variable?
I'd say yes. Fixed rate debt provides, I'll call it, certainty on future budgets, right? You know what your payment's going to be for that debt. You're not going to be subject to rate movement. Generally speaking, the local government commission will steer you away from variable rate debt. They generally don't subscribe to that structure. They do make exceptions. So the vast majority of local government debt that's done is fixed rate. It provides certainty. There are periods of time where a variable rate debt will give you a lower rate, but that can change and change quickly, and generally in local government budgeting, the value of certainty in future budgets outweighs what could be a short-term lower rate. Okay?
What we did was, I'm correct, we did with our debt is that we acquired that debt at a low interest rate, a very reasonable debt interest payment. So at that level that we did, it kind of, I said, negates the, of paying off early, because it pretty much would like make no sense with what the rate is now. And I think we did a good job of locking in the rate that we did get when we acquired this debt.
Yeah, and we do have a slide at the end that we're going to talk about, are there opportunities with the existing debt you have to potentially pay down some of that debt? Is there any reason you might want to consider doing that if you would subscribe to the notion that maybe you have some cash that you could deploy to pay down debt, right? That would be one strategy with that excess, call it excess fund balance above your policy. Maybe you want to word that differently. Fund balance is above your current policy. Maybe it's not excess. Depends on how you would describe it. But reserves you have above your policy level, again, roughly $20 million at FY25. We do have a slide in the back that talks about if you wanted to use some of those dollars to pay down existing debt, where the best opportunities might lie. Okay? All right, I'm going to go to page 10. These are 3 debt policies that you all have in place. They're board adopted. The policies are in the appendix, if you want to see it, Appendix 2. Appendix 1 is the detail of all your debt. I should have mentioned that earlier if you want to look at it. So from left to right, debt per capita, debt outstanding on a per person basis, the policy in red says we want to be below $1,000 per person. When we look at the county population and the $62 million of debt outstanding, we're at about $610 debt per capita. If you want to assign the amount of debt outstanding per person in the county, $610. We're assuming that your population will grow by 1% a year. That is consistent with what the Office of State Budget and Management have projected for a 2040 population for Nash County. What they're suggesting your population will be in 2040, to get there would require about 1% a year population growth. And then at the bottom of that debt per capita is the comparison of Nash to those national and North Carolina counties, and you'll see your gold bar is further to the left than most all of these medians. Lower is viewed as generally better. It's less of a debt burden. And a couple takeaways, and it's going to be true for all of these. You have policies, you're in compliance with all of those policies, and within each of those policies, you have capacity to consider taking on additional debt if you ever needed or wanted to, and not unlimited, but you have room. It's a reasonable conversation to be having if you need to issue debt in the future for capital, because you've got room within those policies and you managed your debt well such that you're not over-leveraged. You would not be viewed as an over-leveraged, excessively high debt burden local government. So having conversations about the potential for issuing debt in the future, I would say, would be very reasonable. There is debt capacity. The question becomes, do we have debt affordability, right? How do we make that new payment if we issue the debt? And you can kind of think about that in your own personal finances, right? I mean, there may be a loan officer out there that says, yeah, we'll lend you X dollars, right? On paper, your ratios all look good. You can take on additional debt, but that doesn't necessarily mean you've got the money in your monthly budget to make the payment. So they're related but separate questions. Debt capacity and debt affordability. And across the board, whether it's debt per capita, debt to assessed value in the middle, which is the amount of debt outstanding, the $62 million as a percent of your tax base, roughly $13 billion, you're at 0.49 for that 1%, less than 1%, 0.5%, and your policy says we don't want to go above 2%, so lower is better. And you are well in compliance with your policy, you have capacity, and at the very bottom, you want your gold bar further to the left, you line up very well to other similarly rated counties. And the same holds true on the far right, which is debt service to expenditures. Your annual payment as a percent of your budget. You all have a policy that says we want it to be below 12%. It's about 5.5%. Lower is better. and you have capacity to take on additional debt if you want or need to, and still be in compliance, and your comparison at the very bottom, like the other two, is very good. So, a couple of takeaways, as I've said, good policies, you're in compliance, you compare well to similarly or even higher rated counties, not overburdened or leveraged, and having conversations to the exist they evolve about future and new debt, very reasonable. Okay? All right, 11, this is in the header, this is a school model. We have and this is where we identify and outline for y'all, where does the money come from every year to make the payments that we're obligated to, right? And we break it out between schools, because there's very specific dollars, restricted dollars, that have to be used for school debt that you cannot use for non-school debt. So we have a school model, and then we have a county model, and included in the county model is a community college. This is school on page 11. We don't have any new debt in here. We have your existing debt only under column B as in boy. And we're showing it starting in the budget you're working on, 27. It's 2.9. It steps down to 2.8 to 2.7 and so on. We know those payments in column B. We have placeholders in C, D, and E for new project funding. Nothing just yet. So column F is just simply restating the existing debt payments for schools. G and H are two funding sources. This is very similar to what we've presented over the years, specifically for school capital. G is restricted sales tax that has to be used for school capital or debt service to support school capital, $5.2 million. We've assumed that level will continue going forward. It's going to go up or down depending on what's going on in the economy, but we've held it flat at 5.2, which I think will tie back to what you see in the proposed budget. And then column H is $1.5 million per year out of the lottery funds. And there are footnotes that support these numbers if you want to read a little more about those two columns. But those are annual, ongoing dollars that will be available, presumably will be available, to fund school capital, whether it's existing debt or new projects. Column I is a one-time revenue source that was a prior set aside for schools and a capital reserve that ultimately wasn't needed for a project, and that can be moved back. It hasn't yet by budget. If I'm not mistaken, that budget amendment hasn't occurred yet, but it could be pulled out of your capital reserve and sent back to your general fund if you need it to. It was a prior appropriation for a school project in a capital reserve. That's a one-time available pot of money. It's not ongoing. It happens once. So when you look at G, H, and I, they're summed up in column J. Those are the revenues. Remember, F is the payments you've got to make, and we compare those under column K. We compare the revenues versus the payments, and you'll see in column K, every year it's positive. So before any new school capital, remember, there's no new school, this model has more dollars rolling through it than are technically required today to pay the school debt service. Now, we're going to start talking about what do the schools want to do in the future, what are the costs, and we're going to, demonstrate how those dollars in column K might be used. But the current plan, if G and H are revenues that will continue, we have no reason to think they wouldn't, there are surpluses being created in K. And that's a good thing for starters. Okay? Same setup on 12, but this is the county and the community college. So column B is the existing debt, 5.3, steps down to 5.2, 5, 4.9, and so on. Column C and D are placeholders. We'll talk about new projects in a moment. So column E is just your payments. And then, kind of like the school model, we've got ongoing revenues that go into the county model, columns F, G, and H. F is a general fund appropriation for debt service of $3,130,000. That's held flat into the future. G is restricted sales tax tied to education and economic development, $1,039,000. You can see there in footnote 2. That's going to be applied. I think that part of that plan was community college and economic development. I think that, am I right? That was the Article 46. And then you've got column H, which is additional funds that have been made available for for county and community college capital. So you've got 3 ongoing revenue sources in this model. Column J, like the prior page, there were some capital reserves that had been set aside that weren't needed, that could be put back into the general fund if you decided that's what you wanted to do. And what you end up looking at in column L is payments that you've got to make for existing debt versus these revenue sources, and there are some surpluses here as well. The surpluses aren't quite as great as they were in the school model, but all of this existing debt for the county and the community college is covered by these revenue sources, and you've got some surpluses there in column L that's going to help you afford new projects going forward.
Existing debt, and you've been depending on a certain amount of federal money to handle that, and it looks like right now the federal money is going to come up short because of their cuts. Do we go to reserves that we have that's not already attached?
So for the
A
schools.
fund balance, yeah.
Right, for the schools, that's on page 11. I mean, the funding sources we have are local or state, not federal. Now, I'm not suggesting there aren't federal dollars that go to the schools, but they're not being used to pay the debt. They might be used to help offset programs or operating, but the debt of the schools is local sales tax and lottery distributions from the state. So there's really no direct exposure to federal funding or federal funding cuts as it relates to the dollars that are used for debt in the schools. But operating and programs, maybe that's a different situation. Those aren't running through here.
Well, that money has to come from somewhere if we're going to continue the level that it should be. Something's got to find some areas where there's revenue in order to fulfill that.
Yeah, and I would suspect that as you all are working through your budget, you know, you're going to get the requests from the schools. Maybe you already have it, and that will get baked into your budget along with this debt, and you'll either be adequate revenues or not, and that's where you've got to figure out, you know, are any of these revenues that we've identified for debt service or capital, could they be used for other school purposes? Because on page 11, those revenues are more than what's needed for the current school debt. So I guess there may be some dollars on our page that could be reallocated for programs or operating, but we haven't seen, personally, we haven't seen the school request at this point.
Commissioner Davis, did you have a question?
Ted, could you talk about columns F, G, and H a little bit more? Are you saying that this is a state allotment that goes out through 2048? What are you saying with those three?
Are you on page 12?
I'm
or?
on page 12, yes, sir.
Yeah, so this is the county and the community college model, right? So F, G, and H are dollars that are almost entirely controlled by you all, right? So F is, and I think you'll be able to look to your budgets and find those dollars being budgeted for county and community college debt. So F is, off the top, is a general fund appropriation from your general revenues every year, $3,130,000.
Nothing to do with revenue from the state.
Nothing.
Okay, I'm with you then, thank you.
Okay, okay.
I got it.
Okay. I guess some of it gets distributed maybe from the state, but it's
Yes.
not at their discretion as the programs exist. Okay. So we know what the schools and the county current obligations are, and I think we've demonstrated that with the revenues you've always identified, there's enough dollars there to service the existing obligations. Page 14 is the FY '27, the budget y'all are working on, capital projects and funding sources. There is no debt anticipated, right? All of these projects are expected to be funded with cash. We call it PAYGO. It's not debt. It's county dollars that you all have or will make available based on where the FY '27 budget is. You can see the projects. We have, the first section is the county and the community college down through line 10. The sum of those projects is $7.8 million. And then we've got the schools on lines 12 through 15. The sum of those is 2.6 million. So between all of these projects, it's 10.4 million of capital requests or commitments that are being contemplated for the '27 budget. Excuse me. And all of the funding, or none of the funding, is expected to come from debt. It would come from cash resources. And I don't pretend to know all the details of various projects. I don't know if there's questions you all might have about these projects or whatnot, but if so, staff may be able to weigh in. Any questions on that? We purposely isolated FY '27 today. Okay?
One question, really for staff, how caught up is 13 as far as Southern National Middle School? You show 1.2 million that we are gonna be paying.
And there is, I'll jump in, staff may want to jump in. There's a footnote 3, right? We've been talking about roughly a project that had $40 million of grant money from the state.
Sure.
Needs-based grant. Previously, you all had appropriated $4 million. That's done, that's been done.
Right.
And this would be an additional $1.2 million towards that project. So it would be a new additional appropriation.
That's anticipated cost for off-site improvements for force main and upgrades to the wastewater treatment plant.
So that number is already in here.
That's what we have asked Davenport to add to the model.
Okay, thank you.
So is that 1.2 in addition to the 2.5 reserves that's already in there, that's extra? When you go back to page 11, or 2,455,000, does that come out of that reserve, or is that in addition to that? Since it's already in the budget.
Yeah, the 2.4 million is dollars you all had previously appropriated for the schools. I don't know that it was technically for any one particular project. Maybe you all know that answer, the 2.4.
It was not the middle school project.
Okay.
Right. It was not the middle school project.
So the 1.2 that's still, that's all that's available out of the $4 million that we contributed to the 44 million total for that project, or is there additional funds still
That's
there?
additional funds.
So has the 4 million all been spent?
No.
So how much of that do we have left?
If, excuse me?
It's already obligated.
It may not have already been spent, but it
It's
will
not-
be spent.
It's not completely obligated. There was the 5% that went with the 40 million has gone to the school system towards schools construction. The additional 2 million that the county obligated was used to purchase the land and then to begin funding the off-site improvements. So we purchased the land about 700,000, so there's 1.3 of that left. And then 1.3 plus 1.2, 2.5 is anticipated cost
2.5.
of the off-site improvements.
Thank you.
And, you know, you all probably know this, like on page 14, line 5, Miracle Park, if I'm not mistaken, there's perhaps an opportunity where something like that might be funded through a PARTEF, Parks and Rec grant, right? We've not assumed that happens. We've assumed it's locally funded, but to the extent some money is available through one of those programs, that would offset the local dollars we're showing here. There may be other similar examples, but that was one we discussed in particular. Didn't want to count on the grant. We assumed it would be locally funded, but there's perhaps an opportunity to get the grant. So in its entirety, we're dealing with a 27 capital funding of 7.8 between county and community college and 2.5 for schools. If you go to page 15, this is the school model, and what we've done is we've put the dollars in column D and E. There's no debt, right? There's no new debt. That's why column C is blank. We're not proposing any new debt at this point. Column D is annual pay-as-you-go that is expected to be spent every year for school repair, maintenance, etc. And column E is the $1.2 million for the off-site improvements at the school. So we've added D and E, right? Remember, B is your existing debt on school projects. And we haven't changed anything in G, H, I, and J. Those are the same revenue sources we talked about earlier. As a result, the surpluses in column K are a little lower than they were in the prior version of this because we've added D and E. We've added annual payments or commitments for capital without changing the revenue sources. But we knew the revenue sources were more than adequate on the prior version, and you'll notice that while the surpluses go down now, they're still more than adequate for funding those annual capital investments that are expected every year in column D. Now, those could go up, they could go down. That's a budget-to-budget discussion, but we've held them flat at that $1,396,000, plus the $1.2 million, which is a one-time capital expense for the school. So we haven't taken into account FY 28, 29, 30, right? We haven't purposely, we've isolated this to 27 in terms of major projects. We do have that annual pay-go, and these dollars are adequate. You go to the county and the community college, page 16, a little different picture. What we've done is we've added the payments in column D for various projects, and there's a long footnote about what all is in there, right? You'll see in FY 27 in column D, there's about $7.8 million of projects that we are funding. That ties back to page 14. It's made up of all those projects on page 14. $7.8 million, and then we revert back to, in column D, $1,790,000 a year, which is partially county, $1,500,000, partially community college at $290,000. That's kind of our baseline every year. County, $1,500,000, community college, $290,000. That's how we get to the $1,790,000 a year in column D. So we're acknowledging that those investments are likely to continue. Again, year by year, it might be a little higher, it might be a little lower, depending on the needs, but for planning, the $1,790,000 a year. F, G, and H have not changed. Those are revenue sources that you all budget for. You're not exposed to state budget cuts, etc. You'd already appropriated in column I $4.21 million for capital projects. There's 4 specific projects that have been appropriated there in column I. If you look at note 4, it is the EMS station, a health department, Miracle Park, 2 components. That, I believe, am I right, those have been appropriated. or will be appropriated? Being discussed for appropriation. Thank you. And then, so that is a revenue source that presumably, absent some other revenue, would come out of that excess fund balance, right? Remember, we talked about fund balance above your policy is roughly 20 million. That's where that 4.2 million could come from, unless there's some other dollars that, materialize, and that's not, there hadn't been anything identified. So the expectation would be that money could come out of fund balance. Column J is a capital reserve that could be recycled back, but we're still short, right? Column L, we've got 6 years where the revenues are not offsetting the payments. Not unlike what we presented to y'all last year. It's $786,000 that needs to be identified in 27, $1.3 million, $1.2 million, and so on. Don't worry about column M as in Michael. L is what this plan has identified as needing to be addressed in addition to the revenues you're already discussing or budgeting. And over those 6 years, the bottom of column N is in Nancy, it's a little over $6 million. Absent anything else that you might want to fund between the existing debt in column B and the pay-go projects in column D, we need to find over the next several years, we need to make available the 4.2 million in column I and the projected dollars in column N as in Nancy. Together, that's about $10 million. Now, you're going to revisit this every year. Maybe your budget outperforms, maybe it doesn't. The request for capital might change, which would influence the column D. But today, sort of in isolation, this plan requires identifying where the 4.2 million in column I is going to come from and those dollars in column N. And the fund balance you have above your policy is a perfectly available candidate to fund those, but that will evolve with your budget discussions. I know that's a lot of information, and we went back and forth on different ways to present this to try to sort of make it more manageable. I'm hoping that this has been helpful. It's not terribly different from where we presented last year. A few more projects, I think, that are being discussed. You are in a very, all things being equal, a strong position because you have managed your fund balance so well historically that is a resource you could consider tapping into for this. But as was discussed early on, if the strategy with your tax rate is to try to hold it from reval to reval, some of that fund balance might be needed in future budgets for generally balancing the budget. Any questions on that? Okay. Last slide is slide 17, and this was a discussion we had with staff about, are there opportunities out there with the debt in place today where we might consider paying down debt? And one of the benchmarks we look at for investments is the Capital Management Trust. It's a pretty widely used investment vehicle for local governments, and I think you all use it. The rate on the Capital Management Trust today is about a 3.5%. That has come down over the last several months as the Fed has been reducing rates. So it's sitting at about 3.5% today. That's what you're earning on your fund balances. You can see the county, school, and community college debt that exists today, what the coupon rates are. Many of them are very low. I mean, in terms of issuing debt historically and refinancing debt when it made sense, you've got a lot of debt outstanding that is at low interest rates. We've got the amount outstanding in the next column, how much interest is remaining to be paid on the loan to its final maturity, what the final maturity is. The call date means when can we prepay it. And you'll notice some of them are not currently prepayable. The loan terms on those just said, hey, there's a certain number of years you can't prepay it, but eventually you'll get there. And the call price on the very far right talks about, is there a penalty to prepay the loan? Anything at 100% means you can pay it without penalty. So we've purposely highlighted the 2023 taxable IFA as an installment financing agreement. That was debt you all issued on a taxable basis, higher rates than tax exempt, for a shell building project. So the interest on that is, the interest rate is 5.25, 5.27. There's about $3.3 million of that debt outstanding. Between now and the final maturity in 2033, there's $711 of interest that would be paid if you just service the debt to its final payment. It is prepayable without penalty. So if we were looking at reserves that you might want to identify a pay down or payoff of debt, that 23 installment would be your best option because it's the highest interest rate and it's currently prepayable without penalty. And I'm not sure how that might fit into your budget, but that's something we wanted to address. Remember, in those reserve levels above your policy level, the prior page was identifying some uses for those reserves already. This would be another potential use if you decided you wanted to take out some of your existing debt. That's all the slides we had intended to cover. I'm happy to answer questions. I was planning to sit through the next section as well to the extent any of this is relevant to that discussion.
Commissioner Davis.
Ted, you've been in my presence quite a bit over the years, and you know I'm pretty blunt at times, and I'll just forewarn you a pretty blunt question. But I saw you over the last few years give numerous presentations to one of our municipalities. And I look today at where one of our municipalities are, and I look at the presentation you give us here today. I question how much faith we should put in this presentation because I see what's happened close by us. What are you doing different for us that you didn't do for that municipality that ended up in the horrible shape that they're in? Is about as blunt as I know how to say it. But
Sure.
Can you make me, I may be the only one in the room that feels this way, but make me feel better
I'll
about
try.
y'all's work with us?
Sure, I'll try. The most important thing that I can say to that is these are presentations on capital, not operating. So you come to us and we discuss how do we fund these projects? And we show a path on how you will fund a project or could fund a project or a series of projects. We're not making making an opinion on whether it's a good project or a bad project, you need it or you don't need it. That's not our job, right? We want to fund these projects. How do we do it? And we identify, going through the budget, what revenues are available for debt and capital and how far those revenues will take you. And if those aren't enough, what additional revenues you need. What you do on the operating side of your budget, we don't see a lot of that. And I think that's largely what's driven some of the issues you might be referring to is the operating side, whether it's salaries, whether it's expenditures, whether it's appropriations. So there's our scope with you all has been capital. We're not being asked to assess the operating budget. We're not being asked to assess, we're not your auditor, obviously. And so this is I think, a very accurate depiction of your capital budgeting practices and how you can fund additional capital within resources that are identified today. not on speculation. But that doesn't mean there are things going on in your operating budget that are going the wrong direction. And that's not part of the scope of what you've asked us to do. And it's not part of the scope that we generally get involved in, right, in terms of operating budget specifics. I mean, that just, we tend to be, most all of our work is related to capital. So I don't think there's a lot of speculation at all in this type of presentation, nor would it have been for other clients that you might be referring to, a very straightforward capital planning model, but that doesn't mean things can't go a different direction on a big part of your budget that we don't see.
I saw the presentation when one of our entities in the county borrowed a significant amount of money to build a new fire station, $11 million. For a fire station should have cost under $5 million. But they got a green light to borrow that money. I don't understand how that happened, and maybe you don't need to answer that because, I mean, when you were other clients' business, it does give me concern about taking these numbers and being able to live by them. I respect what you said about operating, and I do know that was significant amount of what many of us in this room are somewhat responsible to pay back now. I guess you've answered it as best as you can to push it over there. But I do have concern about that. And I would hope you would always protect the client in this room any way you saw fit. Anything you see is doing wrong, please holler.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're, again, within the scope of the capital discussion, I mean, if there's a point at which, you know, we rely on staff to provide us information, right? Again, we're not auditors. In North Carolina, you got the local government commission, you got the state auditor, you got your outside auditors, a lot of eyes looking at local government finance. We're focused on the capital. We do rely on staff for a number of things. We do our due diligence looking at audits and budgets. The capital is a much more quantifiable discussion to model than a multi-year operating budget. There's a lot of moving parts in a multi-year operating budget, particularly when you get into general fund and utilities. And I'm not making any excuses, but it's just, that's not an interaction or an analysis that, you know, we were tasked with doing. And it's same for you. While we've shown a path for capital, and we've shown you've got reserves over and above your policy, you know, you want to get comfortable with that in your budget process and reviewing your audits that indeed those dollars are there and you know, are they available to be pulled into the capital discussion? I mean, we're showing you on page 16 to do this, there's $10 million of one-time dollars needed to make this work. And absent some new revenue source, that would come from fund balance. And if you think that fund balance needs to be saved and used for a future year, that's a very important discussion to have.
And my concern is there are some in this room that feel in the next 3 to 5 years, we need to undertake a capital project in the range of $100 million. And I, for the life of me, don't see how we can do that without getting ourselves in one heck of a bind. So that's my concern, and I hope when that hits your desk to analyze, you analyze it to death so you can give this county good advice on where they actually stand, whether it's operating, whether it's anything else, and I know you only asked that.
Yeah.
My last point, I want to ask you, don't answer if you don't want to. Buncombe County, would that be a client of your firm?
Yes.
Okay. I see where they are rating at the point this rating was made. I also heard a presentation the weekend in another venue I was in that said Buncombe County expended their fund balance down to 6% in a matter of 6 months after Helene, and had no idea when they were gonna get paid back. That's what we prepare for with huge fund balances, what people consider huge fund balances. We don't have a huge fund balance, but you gotta be ready for that disaster, which we had in '99, and the county spent 67% of their fund balance to get through that. But here we are, Buncombe County, as good a shape as they're in, and they're at the top of your list. They expended all their fund balance according to that presentation, whether it was accurate or not. I think it was reasonably accurate, but that's what can happen, that all of us need to understand at all time what fund balance is really for, is that disaster when it comes to be prepared for.
Yes, 100%, and in their case, and we see it historically mostly in coastal communities, I mean, you've got to be prepared to front those dollars until reimbursement comes, and in many cases, that takes many years for it to come. 3-4 years from FEMA or other sources, and in their case, right, I mean, tax values went down, they put off a revalue, a lot of things that went into spending those reserves, changed quickly.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
their total assessed value has got to be considerably lower than it was, which works against them, because of just what they lost. And then going eating up the fund balance like they had to just provide bare necessities. That's what fund balance is all about. I'm rambling, thank you. I'll be quiet.
You didn't say much about bonds. What in financing capital projects, is there any time that you would recommend using selling bonds?
Absolutely. Particularly when that project exceeds, one, it's a project that you all as a board deem is necessary and you need to move forward with, right? That's first and foremost. We want to do this. And then secondly, if your cash resources don't allow you to fund that project, then debt bonds is really your next best option. And to the question earlier, that's the point at which we look at this and say, do you have the revenues to pay the new debt service on whatever those bonds are? And you got some, but the debt itself and the annual payment may well exceed the revenues we've got, in which case you've got to figure out how are we going to raise additional revenue to support this debt, which means we're supporting this project. So bonds, very unlikely that you will not go forward with bonds at some point. I don't know when, for what, or how much, but a growing community just, it's very hard to manage sustainably year after year after year just paying cash for things. I mean, you will always dedicate cash for capital would be my expectation, but inevitably there's a time that will come that some project rises to the level that exceeds what you can fund in cash, and at that point I think your next best option will be considering a debt issuance.
Okay. Any further questions?
Just one more point. As hard as we've always worked to build our fund balance and be conservative as we are in Nash County, it still amazes me that there are 23 other counties that do a better job than we do in North Carolina. I don't know how they can do better than what we've tried to do.
Well, remember, it's not all about that.
I understand that.
Your wealth level, right or wrong, the rating agencies put a high premium on wealth levels and economic output, and that can make the difference between places that manage themselves financially very similar to one another, or even somebody that manages it not quite as well, but they score out in these other areas. And
When you play in poker, you play the hand you're dealt, and that's the hand we're dealt.
right.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. We will take a 10-minute break and come back at 10:30.
Yes, and I did fail to mention, just a little housekeeping, you all definitely have some snacks and some drinks there in the kitchen that you're welcome to help yourself to throughout the day, and the restrooms are right out these doors, right over here on this side of the room, or you can walk around and go through the kitchen, whatever pleases you. But I also wanted to just take a moment to thank Ted and his team for the great work that they do working with us. This is not sometimes the easiest information to digest, and so I think he does a fantastic job of explaining it, and so that our board members can understand what we're dealing with our finances when it comes to capital. So thank you very much.
All right.
So I have the privilege this morning of, again, running over our capital improvement project request for FY '27. Apologize for the spreadsheet, and for those of you that did not have printed material and are forced to look at the numbers on the screen up here, my apologies in advance. But for the commissioners, this is a spreadsheet you're very familiar with. We had shared this with you previously in our small group meetings. And basically, all we have added to the spreadsheet that you have in front of you today is a column that shows FY 2027 proposed. And Ted talked about some of these projects, some of these numbers, but if we need any clarity, I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have. But one thing I've added to the spreadsheet, I love colors on a spreadsheet as well, color-coded some of these numbers. So if you want to flip to page 2 right quick, just to give you an overview. And reminder for FY '27 from all our departments, our total project requests total $12,510,331. And if we break those down into 3 categories, the general fund funded projects in those requests would be $9,665,031. There are projects that will be funded with supplemental funding. That's primarily the E911 fund in communications, totaling $2,765,000. And then we had some other projects, the enterprise fund at $2,765,000. That is from the enterprise fund, solid waste and public utilities. And then the E911 fund, supplemental funding, $80,300. So again, the column I've added is the proposed. And as the manager mentioned, we still have some more work to do on the budget, and we're looking for input from the board. Because we want this budget to reflect your priorities. This is the commissioner's budget, and we want to help you make sure we're funding those projects that you feel like are a priority for us moving forward in FY '27. So the different colors we have there in black is still general funded projects. Enterprise funds, those again are in solid waste and public utilities. Supplemental funding, that is the funding that will be coming from the E911 fund. And then Ted had referred to the $4.2 million, actually $4,210,000. Those are primarily 4 projects. They're highlighted in green that at this point we're proposing to be funded with cash or funded out of fund balance. Again, no borrowing for those 4 projects. But again, we're looking for feedback from the board on those. Other quick highlights, when we met before in small groups, I think I had shared with you we had about 35 vehicle requests in this budget. Currently, there's proposed funding for 21 of those. That totals $2,631,470, and that's about 35% of the total currently proposed CIP. So that's not on the screen, but if you go through and check those numbers, you will see that we have, real quickly, we have 3 ambulances EMS. That's 1 proposed new ambulance for a EMS station proposed adjacent to Nash Community College, 2 replacements, 2 fire vehicle replacements in fire and rescue services, the health department mobile unit towards the bottom of page 1, $645,000, vehicle environmental health, a vehicle in public utilities, which will be funded by an enterprise fund, vehicles in the sheriff's office, 1 vehicle in social services. One item I would want to note is the Department of Social Services had requested 3 vehicles. They were able to fund 2 of those this year. So that's why you see a request of $97,980 and a proposed expenditure in FY '27 of $40,180, and that was for one van that they were not able to fund this year that would need to be funded next year. A vehicle in soil and water, and a vehicle for the tax office. But again, that totals 21 vehicles at a total cost of $2,631,470.
All right, there's a question.
Yes, sir.
Question, sir, I may have missed it, but how many vehicles was it for the sheriff's office?
I believe the original request was 18, and right now there's funding in the proposed budget for 10. And we may need to refine that number a little bit, but those are based on this year's, finance was able to provide us numbers for vehicles purchased this year. So that's roughly the number to purchase 10 vehicles in FY '27.
Can I recap just to make sure I got it right, sir? So we got 10 for the sheriff's office, 1 for the tax office, 1 for soil and water, 1 for central services, 1 for public utilities, 1 for the health department, 2 for fire, and 3 ambulances. Is that correct?
You included you said the mobile unit and environmental health?
For health, yes, sir, the
Okay.
1 unit for,
Yes, that should total, if I did my math correctly, that should total 21. Let's see, that hits, and those are some of our larger purchases. Again, those ambulances, new ambulance for EMS 1200 at $297,000, $297,030. The 2 ambulance replacements at $594,060. Our next biggest project that we have funded from the general fund is the firewall replacement in MIS. That's at the top of page 2, $190,000. We mentioned the vehicles in the sheriff's office. So again, a majority of the recommended capital in FY '27 is related to vehicles. Now, I mentioned the $4,210,000. Again, that's primarily 4 projects. One is the EMS station I referred to adjacent to Nash Community College. Current budget number is $2,575,000. Again, the health department mobile unit, $645,000. That's a project the board had previously discussed. And we anticipate the health department will move forward with that after they have consolidated operations at the Med Park building. And then 2 projects in parks maintenance and recreation. One is irrigation at Miracle Park. You're aware we've recently added lights to the park, and getting the turf established and maintaining that irrigation would certainly be a tremendous aid in that effort. We have some fairly sandy soil out at Miracle Park, and getting turf established has been a bit of a challenge, particularly without irrigation. And then, as mentioned earlier in Ted's presentation, the $750,000 for the 3rd phase of Miracle Park. And again, to be conservative, we have assumed that that would be fully funded by the county, even though there's a reasonable good chance that we could get a portion of that project funded with Part F grant funds. So that is the quick overview. I want to pause and see if you have any questions about any specific projects.
All right, any questions? Commissioner Davis?
Is our format, we gonna see stuff like this, and you, staff is expecting an answer before we see the total numbers at the bottom, which is what I have to operate on? How are we going about this today?
If you've got questions or comments that you'd like to make now, that's fine. If you want to wait and see what the total picture looks like and get with us after this meeting, that's fine too. We are open to hear all of your thoughts from this point forward to a budget presentation in May.
So the thing I will say again, just to reiterate, Ted's presentation reflected these numbers that you see. So again, if we look at the totals, enterprise funded in the recommended column is $2,899,320. So if you go back to Ted's slide, you may remember he showed $1.5 million in county capital, and then he showed additional $1,399,320. That makes up that $2,899,320. Now the enterprise funded capital and supplemental funding, that's not showing up in the model because Ted's model focuses on general fund funded capital projects. But the 4.21 is reflected in the model that Ted shared with you today.
In sheriff vehicles, you said requested 18, we were funding 10, but the numbers I'm looking at here don't reflect that percentage. What's the difference in that? If I look at sheriff vehicles and upfit, it's 1.3 million. Sheriff asked for, you proposed 575. That doesn't equate.
Yeah, we still need to do a little
versus-
bit of work on this number, but effectively what the 575 represents is vehicles purchased this year. We're running around $58,000 based on numbers we got from the finance department, so 10 times that amount was the 575.
Okay.
If you divide 1,346,370 by 18, you get roughly $75,000
Right.
per vehicle. So that's the difference.
Which
So again,
one- which one's right?
this is still somewhat of a work in progress.
Okay.
We're
Understood.
still looking for input from the board.
Got you.
But this is where we are as of
Today.
10:44 on Tuesday, April 14, 2026.
Got it.
Yes, Commissioner.
You said that's for 10 vehicles, that amount, right?
Correct.
So what would 18 be? You said it, I didn't hear you. If,
I didn't bring my Hewlett Packard up here with me.
okay, the 1 million, okay,
At $75,000 apiece, it would be the 1,349
okay,
at $57,500 apiece.
okay. And you're also looking at not funding the bulletproof glass window and interior door for?
You may remember at the last Board of Commissioners meeting, there was conversation about the Public Safety Committee revisiting a strategic plan for public safety and capital improvements, and also pausing work on the Phase 2 renovation project for the jail. That was part of the Phase 2 renovation project. So at this point, we're just hitting the pause button until we can get some clarity from the Public Safety, Commissioners' Public Safety Committee meeting and the Board of Commissioners about how to move forward.
And can you, or I see the sheriff here, can you tell me where the bulletproof glass window and interior door is supposed to go?
In the lobby, that lobby when you come into the sheriff's office, where visitors come into when they need service from the sheriff's office.
And if I'm not mistaken, this was requested last year also, wasn't it?
Correct, but again, it was part of the Phase 2 jail renovation project, so that's how it was going to be funded.
Okay.
As part of that overall renovation project. So there were a number of elements. The primary element was the conversion of Dorm 3 to lockdown cells, but also included these security improvements, lift on Drake Street, some fencing around the perimeter of jail. There was a number of other items that were included in that project.
Commissioner Davis.
Your number for the proposed EMS station seems to be excessive to me. Is it something that I'm missing on what that EMS station will be? I know we said we wanted it larger than the Nashville one, but 2.5 million is 5 times what we paid for that one. In a different era, I understand that. You got 2.5 million for it, Mr. Butler.
Yeah, so again, this is a preliminary number provided by the department. I'm just looking at the project summary sheets, which I believe the board had a copy of from our small group meetings. You will see the supplemental information. It doesn't have a square footage in it. I could do the numbers right quick.
That's okay.
But they had assumed a unit price, which also would account for site improvements of about $450 per square foot.
I see how you got the number then.
All right, any other questions about where we are with capital or things that are funded or not funded that you would like us to consider as we move forward with our work on the budget?
Commissioner Howell.
This may be nitpicky here, but I know you said you like color, and I do as well. If we could just, going forward, the request, if we could put whatever we're not funding or if we're cutting in red, that would make it easy, I think, for us to track to see what's being, because I went back and just highlighted it, and there's quite a few on there, make it stand out to see, so we can look at and see what's being cut and maybe have discussions around those.
Okay. All right, well, if you got any further thoughts, please feel free to reach out. Again, we want this budget to reflect your priorities. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Boone. Okay, utilities and solid waste fee change, Mike Phillips.
Good morning. You changing for me, or do I need to click, or are you gonna do it?
It's right there on the floor table behind you here.
Oh, okay. Make sure I know how it works. Okay. All right, so I am here to talk about proposed fees for both solid waste and utilities. You've seen most of this information, I think, in our small group meetings, but we have made a few revisions and narrowed down some options based on feedback we had there. All right, first thing I'm going to go over our current solid waste fees. As far as the convenience center, the fee we're going to talk about is rural household fee. It's currently at $155 per household. And the last increase in this fee was last year for our FY26, and it was $30. Before that, it had been about 10 years since we had increased it. Current landfill tipping fees, C&D, we're currently getting $64 per ton, and LCID or yard waste, we're getting $62 per ton. And that last increase was also last year at $6 a ton. Looking at the proposed FY27 budget for solid waste, landfill is showing a surplus of about $6,600. And the convenience site has a deficit of $190,528. Majority of this is just in the cost of increase for our hauling and disposal fees. Our current contract with GFL has gone up about 2%, and that is both hauling and disposal at their landfill. And the Rocky Mountain Transfer Station, their fees are going up 5% this year. Talk about our CIP request. The convenience center compactors, we've got $132,000 in there. We have about 24 compactors, 12 of them for MSW waste and 12 for recycling. We try to rotate them out, change them out as we can. The average is about 10 to 12 years old on our compactors. And then we've got some building site improvements, including the operational budget, about $40,000. Just showing the surrounding county fees. You can see where we land as far as the rural household fee. I've got that in red up there. We're about 3% more than both Edgecombe and Warren County, and still lower than Martin County. Again, these are current fees, so I don't know if they're proposing any increases next year for their fees.
Why do we have Martin and Warren? Where is Wilson County, since they're right next to us and in the Region L? Do we know what they charge?
I think I had some information on Wilson in the presentation.
Is there a reason we went as far as Martin?
Just trying to get counties, close to us. Let's see. I think I do have some information on Wilson.
Yeah, that's true. Franklin also, I would have thought we would have had them rather than Warren and Martin.
No, I do not have that with me.
Okay.
I can get it for you if you'd like.
No, I'd like to know.
You said Wilson and Franklin?
Mm-hmm. You also had Wake County? Wake is so far.
We joined Wake County,
Yeah, but,
3 minutes from my residence.
yeah, but their population and everything is totally different. I just,
Utility fees doesn't matter, ma'am.
well.
I'd like to have that added, please.
I can get Wake.
I just want those two, so.
Okay, so options for increasing our rural household fee. We've got two options here. One is increasing it by $10 to $165. And option two is increasing it by $15 to $170. Both of these, there won't be any changes in any level of service or frequency of service. We'll get to keep our CIP items, so the compactors will stay in the budget. The downside is both of them do require a fee increase, and you can see the revenue impact at the bottom, $198,610 for the $10 increase, and $297,915 for the $15 increase. All right, staff is recommending option one, the $10 fee increase. Again, we get to keep our CIP items and our services remain consistent. And I'm happy to answer any questions or take any feedback on that recommendation.
Just a point of clarification, sir, and you may have covered this when we had our small groups, but the CIP request you've got in there for $40,000, is that to repair or replace the restroom facilities at the Stony Hill site?
We're doing that in this year's budget.
Okay.
So that's in the FY26 budget, but yes, that $40,000, we're shooting to replace one building per year, hopefully for the next 8 years or so. And that would be included in that $40,000.
So we're going to move around to the other sites as well and get all of them over
Yes.
the next 8 years. Thank you, sir.
All right, we do have another fee we want to talk about. Currently, the rural household fee is just for residents who are obviously rural residents in Nash County, so it does not include any municipal household permit fees. Right now, the fee schedule is based on $75 for what was a 2-year permit at the time. As of January this year, we actually changed our permits to go to be changed out every 3 years. So if you got a blue tag, that's now good for 3 years. The rural household fee was increased in FY26, and obviously we're going to increase it again here in FY27. So we're proposing to increase that municipal household permit to $75 per year. You can see that if you were to come in year one, that permit would cost you $225. Year two, $150, and if you came in the last year, that blue permit, it would be $75. Any questions on that? All right, we're also looking to add a scrap tire disposal fee. DEQ currently manages a grant for disposal of scrap tires. And each county is responsible for providing for the disposal of scrap tires. There's a fee normally charged to, if you go buy new tires, there's a scrap tire disposal fee that is applied to that, and then that money is then collected and then given back out in distributions to the counties to help cover the cost of this scrap tire disposal. But there are ineligible tires. We certainly collect tires at both the Middlesex convenience site, and we collect them at the landfill also, from residents. But we also have what I'd call used car or tire sales places that do not pay that fee, and they bring those tires to the landfill, and we are not currently charging for that. And I actually have $118 per ton on there on a PowerPoint, but we are going to change that to $99 a ton. We've had some conversations with the state on what we could charge, and $99 a ton is our contract fee. That's what we're paying for the disposal. We had 118, and we got a new invoice yesterday, and that had gone down to 102. So we've got some discrepancy in our invoice, but we think that's just due to some light loads and some mixed loads. But because our contract is $99 per ton with CCH, that is the fee that we are proposing to charge.
Currently don't charge anything?
We do not. I have there's some other, counties up there, and you can see what they're charging. Again, we'd be at $99 per our contract. And I would assume their numbers from what we've been told, is based on what their contract amount is. But I think we've got about another year, year and a half on our contract, so we can renegotiate, but that's what our current contract price is. All right. I will move on to utilities fee increases. You can see our current budget for utilities. We're showing a deficit of about $175,000 in Central Nash and almost $36,000 in Northern Nash. This is how the deficit is kind of split up between the water and sewer funds. In Central Nash, you can see about 94, well, not quite 94,000 is in water, and almost 81,000 of that is in sewer. Northern Nash Water is currently showing a surplus of almost 21,000, and the sewer deficit is 56,880. The City of Rocky Mount is increasing their wholesale purchase rates, and so is the town of Nashville based on the city's increase. Both are going up 15%, and you can see how that 15% affects our budget here in this slide. Each of those numbers is based on whether water or sewer and, you know, what we use, what we purchase. And that 15%, you know, 143,000 for Central Nash, you know, 10,304 for Central Nash Sewer. You can see down the list how that affects our budget. So here's some options we have for trying to recoup some of that by increasing our fees. We are looking at anywhere from a 12 to a 15% on the water residential commercial rate. We are looking at a 15% increase in our residential commercial rate for sewer. We've got a couple options up there for either a $5 base fee increase to the sewer or a $10 fee increase, as well as an increasing industrial rate 15%. And I'll get into those options a little more specifically here in a minute. So our first recommendation is that we increase the water and sewer industrial rate by 15%. We currently have 2 industrial customers, and that number down there shows the average of their most recent bill between the 2 of them, and then what that new average would be. So obviously it's going up about $3,000, $3,500.
Industrial customer.
It is Universal Leaf and Crump.
Thank you.
All right, so even in, you know, all the options for the sewer is increasing it by 15%. You can see that we do increase our revenue by $55,262. We still have a deficit in Central Nash of $25,640, which is, in order to eliminate that deficit, we would need to increase our base fee by $10. All right, so option 1. This one is the one with the 12% on the water. We'll increase water usage rate by 12%, which will increase our water bill to our customers by $5. And then we will increase the sewer usage rate by 15%, and also add a $5 rate base fee increase this year, as well as one in FY28. And the new sewer bill would go up by $14.85. Option 2 is increasing the water usage by 15%, which would be a $6.35 increase on our water bills. Increase sewer usage rate by 15%, and increase the sewer base rate by $5 in FY27 and again in FY28. Again, that would increase the sewer bill by $14.85. Option 3, again, increasing the water by 15%. We already talked about the $6.35 increase. Increasing the sewer usage rate by 15%, and then we would actually increase the base rate by $10 in this scenario. So the total sewer bill would go up by $19.85. And our recommendation is option 1. Again, this increases the average residential water bill by $5. increases the average residential sewer bill by $14.85, reduces the Central Nash sewer budget by 85%, and reduces the Northern Nash sewer budget by 25%. Any questions?
Commissioner Wilson.
So a household is looking at about $45 extra a month with all this, is that right? No?
It depends on which option. If we go with the option one, it was
Well, I see
roughly about 20.
well, okay.
And then I guess if you add the solid waste fee, that would be.
That's what I'm adding, everything together. They're looking at an extra total of everything, about $45.
I'd say about 28, 29.
Okay.
Because the 10, if you divide that by 12 months,
Yeah, okay.
any other questions?
Commissioner Howell.
Can you just state for me the total number of customers that's on our water system and the total number of customers on our sewer system in Nash County?
Sewer total is 255. I think it's 223 or so of those in Central Nash, and then the remaining are in Northern Nash. Water, about 4,900, I think. If you want the exact number, I can get you that too.
That's close enough, sir.
We'll go backwards. Mike, if I can get you to go back to slide number 6, the rural household fee increase. These options were talked about with the board in our small sessions, and I think we had quite a number of you that were interested in option 2. Slide number 7, Mike has that the recommendation is option 1. So I just wanted to see if there was any conversation that the board wanted to have about that.
I'm good with option 2.
Option 2. Other members?
I would support option 1.
1. 1. 1. Chairman?
Well, in the budget session, we said 2.
We've got, I think we're good with 1.
Yeah, now they're saying 1.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? We do have, Alex Fuller's going to come up and talk a little bit about our fee schedule, some changes we're making to that. And you'll also be able to see some of the potential rate increases on there as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, good morning. First one, yep. That one there. So the first one we'll be looking at, we'll have the tables on it, the larger boxes. This is our rate structures. So in general, our goal is to modify the rate structures so that they can be presented in a little bit more clear and easily understood format. We also decided to make the changes to help be more effective in managing and administrating the billing process. So the first rate, the residential commercial, fundamentally there's no change to that. If we go with option 1, that's a 12% increase, and that's reflected in the numbers here in the table. And you can see that it's an increasing tier, which is designed for conservation of water. And so that we kind of have tried to maintain that principle with some other rates in the lineup here. So The next rate is the industrial rates, they're currently called the industrial rates. It's a minimum of 8-inch meter required, and I think the idea here is that it would be an industrial use with a minimum 8-inch meter size. What we're looking at is changing it to more of a generic term, a high volume rate, but at the same time requiring a minimum of 100,000 gallon average usage per periodic billing cycle. If they do not achieve more than 100,000 gallons, then they don't get the break in the rate structure. So the first step would then be at 100,001 gallons to 2 million gallons. Currently, the first step is 1 gallon to 9 million gallons. We don't have anybody achieving the next step in the rate structure right now because the highest usages we have are just over 2 million gallons. And then if you do go over 2 million gallons, you get the next break at $7 per thousand. The other thing we've done here is instead of requiring an 8-inch meter size, we're going to allow for 4, 6, or 8 because you can have a 4-inch meter service and use more water than somebody with an 8-inch meter service. Generally speaking, that's not the case, but I think we're seeing that now because one of the 8-inch meters is a compound, so it has a 2-inch on one side and an 8-inch on the other. So on the low flow side through the 2-inch, they're just not using that much water. Anybody have any questions about that rate? Okay. We'll move on to the next one. Currently, we have a rate in place that is, it's called several different things here, pool, sprinkler, farming use, irrigation. Essentially what it is, it's an irrigation rate. And in keeping with the conservation rate structure that we have in residential and commercial, we're proposing the same thing for irrigation, which would put you in a tiered system. And based on the current usages we're seeing in irrigation, it would not be a dramatic change in the average bill. For instance, if there 5,000 gallons of irrigation water going through an irrigation service would result in about roughly $7 difference in the bill.
Yes.
Question,
Yes,
how
ma'am.
many people do you have getting water for farming use?
That we can recognize through our billing system, one.
Okay.
And that one, based on a review yesterday, I don't think they've had any or much usage since 2019.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
If everybody's, there's no, oh, yes, sir.
The small increase you said it would cause, did that take into account the 15% increase in what we're paying for water?
Yes, sir.
So it's actually, they're going down, the rate's going down.
Oh, I see what you're saying, yeah. So you're talking about the 15% we would be paying?
15% more than we've been charged for the water.
Right, so that's gonna be the case regardless whichever way we go with our rates.
Right.
So that's equal on both sides if we keep the old rate structure or the new rate structure.
I realize that, but you said it will be an average increase of $7.
Right, between the two.
Between the two.
Right, yes, but so the $7 would include our 12% increase
Okay.
on the current rate, and then a 12% increase that is shown on the proposed irrigation rate structure here. So it would be the old rate structure at $7 plus 12%.
Okay.
Versus the new rate structure, which includes the 12% on here.
Well, it seems like it's less then,
Right.
under the new rate structure.
Under the new, no, sir, because the minimum was $8.35, where I think 12% added to the $7 is about $7.84.
Okay. I can't see those numbers, sir. All right, thank you.
Clarification on Commissioner Davis's question. I think he's referring to the resale side, but what you're referring to is the cost side. Our cost is going up 15%, but the retail is not.
Right,
Thank
right.
you. Thank you, sir.
What I just heard was option one is a 12% increase. That's what the numbers are plugged in here already at 12% in the proposed modifications for FY '27. The existing side on the left is FY '26. There are no changes to that rate structure as far as the dollar per thousand. So that's the irrigation. Let's get over here. The next one is on the back side of the page. Is currently called Mobile Home Park Farm Worker Migrant Camp Bulk Purchase Usage Discount After Base Rate. So we're going to narrow that down to farming camp rate. This rate is defined as only used for dormitory-style temporary housing for workers on farms, and typically it's a seasonal use. And I believe the impetus for this in the past was to get those people off of a community well that had to be monitored and tested every month, and to get them on the public water supply. And so, in keeping with that, we separated it out for clarity, and we've added the 12% to it, $5.6 per thousand. Okay, so another rate that we're kind of separating out of there was the mobile home park rate, which essentially the mobile home parks are a multi-unit development. And what we wanted to do was we took a look at putting the mobile home parks in the residential rate structure, but because it's a multi-unit development, the total usage and it goes through a master meter, should have said that. So there's one bill for the entire development. So the combined usage would exceed, in most cases, the $12,000 or the 12,000 gallons in the top tier. And so anything above that 12,000 gallons would be charged at the highest rate. So, but if you separate each individual usage, it may be lower and probably would be than 12,000 gallons. So in calculating that out, this is my numbers here. So for example, if the entire mobile home park or development, if it were an apartment complex, used 42,500 gallons, the bill would be $598. On the new flat rate, it would drop it $205, which essentially stops the impact of the combined usage from almost penalizing the people in, each individual user in the mobile home park. The same would be true for, condominium complex, anything that has 4 units. And typically in the future, we'd be looking at something that had 4 attached units, not just individual residents on a single lot, but we need to incorporate our existing customers in the mobile home parks into that rate. So calculating out a flat rate for that per thousand, we came up with $9.25 per thousand for the water, which falls in between the first and second tier on the residential. And when doing the math on that and calculating out some scenarios, it's keeping us right in line with our current revenue stream and not penalizing the individual users for the combined total usage. Then we also are pulling out a hydrant meter rate. This is going to be a new rate as well, because they've been incorporated into the existing rate structure. We have hydrant meters that sometimes contractors will come and want to use a hydrant meter for significant amount of water. And that's what we would limit it to, is only those that have a significant need for water, such as building a road or, subdivision or somewhere where they're keeping dust down in a land development. And for that one, we're also recommending a flat rate, $14.65 per thousand.
The hydrant meter rate, is that $100 one time, or is that monthly also?
That's base fee monthly. So, and typically with the hydrant meter, they're not gonna have it for a long time. If it's a road project or something like that, then they may, they might have it for 6 or 8 months. But, it all scales to the industry.
Thank you.
So if there's no other questions on the rate structures, we do have a few proposed changes to the fee schedule. And again, all the proposed changes have been highlighted. In the larger right-hand column, it'll also note if it's a change, an addition, or a deletion. So the first things here at the top are security. We're just changing the word from security fee to security deposit. Because it is a deposit, it's not a fee that we're going to keep necessarily. It only gets reduced when someone closes an account to pay off a bill. They have a remainder. If they don't, then the deposit is returned to them. We're also adding in a hydrant meter deposit. We don't currently have one. We do provide some hydrant meters to contractors, and there is a risk in them being damaged or not coming back to us, so we need to charge a deposit. If they use their own meter, it would only be $500. If they use ours, it's $1,000. And then if they're using their own, the idea there is that's going to cover water usage if they happen not to pay their bill. Then we've got a little word change here too. We're just deleting reconnection and just calling that fee delinquent fee instead of reconnection/delinquent. We're adding a seasonal use fee. That's for temporary turn off, turn on of irrigation systems for winterization, or if they have a leak and we need to go back out and re-inspect the backflow device on the irrigation system. Temporary disconnect and reconnect fee, that would be if somebody has, maybe there's a fire in the house, they do renovations or something like that, and then they need somebody to come out, turn the water off, turn the water back on. And when we roll the truck back and forth in personnel, we want to be able to recover some costs involved with those activities. Then the next proposed changes are down towards the bottom of the page in connection fees. Just adding in there the verbiage for irrigation split taps that it requires prior approval from NCPU. We're adjusting the sewer taps. We're just saying up to 4 inches. Typically, our contractor works on sewer taps that are 4 inches. And then if there's a larger tap or a main put in, then the developer's contractor typically handles that. Then a couple of notes down there, the meter fees shall be paid in addition to the connection fee and tap fee. And a split tap requires an existing water service with adequate water supply to also serve the irrigation service. And our meter fees, we needed to make an adjustment there based on the meter costs. And so that we make sure we're covering our current meter cost with any of the attachments that are required for the smart meters. So we're recommending for the 3/4 inch, $450, 1 inch, $600, and deleting a 1.5 inch meter, and we're changing it to 1.5 inch meter or larger, and that's going to be at cost plus 10%, because when you get into the larger meters, depending on exactly what you get, the cost varies, and it's easier to handle it on a case-by-case basis. And last, we've got an addition that, in some of these projects, we do get funds to connect customers, or there might be an incentive to connect. So we just put a note in there that the discount fees might be offered during the customer recruitment period for water system expansion projects, and NCPU makes this determination based upon project funding.
Commissioner Davis.
I just wonder why under a reconnection fee, we would eliminate the reconnection terminology and go to delinquent fee, which has a negative effect or.
Well, because the delinquent fee gets charged when they are delinquent in their payment, regardless if we physically turn the valve off or not. So if we turn the valve off, I believe it kind of leads to somebody saying, well, you didn't turn me off, I don't need reconnection. Well, the actual fee is for not paying on time and being delinquent.
All right.
And I believe some places actually charge a delinquent, a late, a delinquent, and a reconnect. But we just kind of group it all up into a delinquent. We don't charge a late fee. We wait. They get past the due date. They don't get charged. Once they get to the delinquent date, now they get charged. So it does give them a significant grace period, not having a late fee in place too.
Understand that.
Yes, ma'am.
Are there grace periods considered when y'all have billing hiccups? I know that over the past year, there's been some different billing hiccups where bills didn't go out.
Yes, ma'am.
Or didn't go out timely.
When it's due to our error or technical difficulties, we do make adjustments for that. So if bills, for instance, went out a week late, we would push the date back.
Okay, that's good.
Commissioner Davis.
If we look at it, Mr. Boone, if we have a break in a water line and they're out of water for a while, do we give them a break on their bill?
We never have a water line that's out for a significant period of time. It's never been an issue.
And they only pay based on their consumption.
I just said that because I sent Mr. Boone a note on my Halifax County water bill where they had to break it, Hollister, and they actually gave every customer a discount on the water bill for that water line break.
All right, any further questions? If not, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Boone, other fees.
All right, while we're on the theme of fees, the first set of fees I wanted to review with you are proposed animal control fees for fiscal year '27. This handout and the slides are identical to the handouts we provided in the small group meetings, but I did just want to review those right quick and see if you have any questions or comments. I know there were, I think Commissioner Howell made a comment at the last Board Commissioner meeting about the spay and neuter program. And I will say this is still, as we present in the small group meetings, we still have an opportunity to make changes before we ask the board to approve the FY27 budget. So again, effectively what you have in front of you today is the same thing we presented at the small group meetings. But we heard the comment and we know we've got some additional work we want to do there to get some additional information to share with you at a later date. But real quickly, again, our current adoption fees for cats and dogs are the same. for an unaltered animal, for an altered animal, so I mean a dog that's been spayed or neutered, or a cat that's been spayed or neutered. Currently, the fee is $20, and for an animal that has not been spayed or neutered, it's $50. And again, we're recommending in FY '27 that we change those fees. We'll have a different fee structure for dogs and cats. So for dogs, we're recommending a $50 fee for an altered animal, so a dog that's already been spayed or neutered, or $120 for an unaltered animal. And again, to advance our interest in seeing more dogs spayed or neutered, we would provide the individual adopting the animal with a $100 voucher to go towards the cost of spaying or neutering that animal. Similar approach with cats, in that for an altered animal would be $50, and for an unaltered animal would be $90. And then the voucher or the credit that we would offer, and we've got to work out the mechanism that we would do that, but for a cat would be $75. Small animal adoption fee currently is $10. We're recommending that be increased to $20. And again, you see the note here, small animals would include small mammals, reptiles, and exotic birds. Doesn't happen a lot, but we have claimed some animals on some of the larger animal cruelty cases we've had. And if we were to keep those animals in-house, this would be the fee we'd use to adopt those out. Heretofore, we primarily relied on rescue groups to help us with that, but we did want to have a fee in the fee schedule that would address that. Reclaim fees, currently the fee is $50 regardless of how many times it occurs at a 12-month period, and you can see we are recommending an escalating fee structure here, $50 for the first offense, $100 for the second offense, and $150 for the third offense. And then in addition to that, any additional fees we incur, veterinary fees, medical fees, boarding fees would also be applied on an animal that is reclaimed. And again, with our recent experience with animal cruelty cases, we've been dealing with quite a bit of livestock. So we're recommending a fee structure for small and large livestock. We've been out on a number of calls involving cows. I know you're all fairly familiar with that situation, and we've had a few others since. But also we've had quite a few as of late involving horses. But for small livestock, again, first offense $100, second offense $150, third offense $200, large livestock $150, $200, $250. And again, all additional fees incurred would also be required to be paid in order to reclaim the animal. Boarding fees only change here. General boarding fee is currently $5 per day, and we're recommending that that be increased to $12 per day. And we have looked at fees around us. I have that information, and I have it in a slide if anyone would like to see that. And then we're also recommending creating a boarding fee for animals that are either in quarantine or related to a court case. They require a higher level of care, so we want our fee structure to reflect that. So we're recommending a fee of $20 per day in those two scenarios. Medical care, we have a rabies vaccination fee is $25, and we're recommending the addition of 3 fees: distemper, bordetella, dewormer. And heartworm, you can see distemper, bordetella is $25 per vaccine, dewormer at $20, and heartworm at $15. And again, all other fees would be based on the fees we incur. We would pass those on to the pet owner as appropriate. And then fines, the only change here, you may recall, is in that last category, tampering with a trap, interfering with an animal control officer, or tethering violation. We are recommending to change the amount for the second offense from $100 to $150. So again, we've got an escalating fine structure: $100, $150, $250, $500. So I went through that relatively quickly. Again, it's pretty much the same version of this fee schedule that you saw during our small group meetings, but I'll pause and see if there's any questions you may have.
Commissioner Davis?
Who determines the animal cruelty charge?
Well,
Is that
depending on
after a court
the
case?
complexity of the case, would be staff and also consulting with our county attorney.
The general boarding fee, what is that?
Excuse me?
General boarding fee per day?
So an animal that we do not have to keep in quarantine or isolation. So we keep them in with the
When would that come into play?
general population. Again, if it's an animal that does not have any, we're not having special treatment or have to keep out of general population, we could keep them in a regular cage.
Commissioner, I think what you're asking. An animal that we pick up, an animal that has gotten away from its owner.
Right.
And we pick it up, and then the owner comes to get their dog back, to claim their dog back.
Right.
If we've had to hold it for a day, 2 days, 3 days, we would charge a boarding fee.
So we don't provide a service to keep someone's animal while they're on vacation.
No, sir.
Thank you.
That's what I was,
Not intentionally.
I just want, I wasn't sure that's what it was, but
that's what I was thinking too.
$12 is cheap, if that's the case.
All right, any other questions about that fee schedule?
Did you explore the possibility of cats and dogs being spaded or neutered before they? or
Again,
not?
that's some additional work that we intend to do based on the comment at the last board meeting. We also intend to engage our partner, Paul NC, in that conversation. They're currently providing some funds to provide that service, so we're going to have a conversation with them about an option where maybe we could combine efforts. But currently, this is what we laid out in the small group meetings. I just want to present that again today. But we are going to look at some additional options based on the comment from the last board meeting.
Commissioner Howard.
Just to follow up on Chairman Ayrton's comments, so you foresee there's a possibility in the May or June meeting, we could bring something back to the board to look at on that before we actually take a vote on the budget and.
Correct. So, the manager will be bringing a proposed budget. We'll likely have some ongoing conversation. We want to have ongoing conversations about the budget. But certainly that would also be part of the manager's presentation when she presents the budget. That would be the last opportunity for comment, but we welcome your input before that day and time.
And whether or not we have a program fully developed to present to the board prior to the adoption of the budget, we'd like to put this in as our new fee schedule moving forward. And then, as you know, we're trying to recruit a department director, and then also the development of that program. We can bring that to the board at any time and pull the trigger on that and make a change.
Okay.
Is there any discretion on picking up animals where household having to lose them or some way they got away and they tried to find them, couldn't find them, but the animal shelter found them. It's just straight out fee regardless. Is that right?
If we pick up an animal and the animal owner comes to the Pet Connection Center to reclaim the animal, do we have flexibility in terms of whether we apply a fee or not? Is that the question?
Yeah, any flexibility there.
I would say no. I would prefer that our animal control officers not have that flexibility. If the board approves a fee structure, we need to apply that fee structure consistently. I think it's problematic if now that's not to say, that, if it was escalated, I'm not going to say there couldn't be a special circumstance, but in general, I would encourage us to adhere to the fee schedule that the board has approved. If there's caveats that the board wants in the fee schedule, I think we should talk about that now.
Well, all right, if you notify who was the owner, and if they decide that you can have the animal, you have him now, so keep him. They still pay a fee?
If we collect the animal and take it to the Pet Connection Center and house the animal, in the absence of some extenuating circumstances, I would expect us to apply the fee based on the fee schedule that the board has approved. We're operating under the parameters that the Board of Commissioners has established.
If it's surrendered, we wouldn't be collecting a fee.
That's correct, because the animal becomes property of the county.
But then it's adopted out. It's
Or sent out to a rescue.
Or sent out to a rescue.
Correct.
It's, we've become experts on dogs in the last 2 weeks. It's,
All right, any other questions?
All right, then the next fee schedule we'll look at right quick. Again, very similar, almost identical with the exception of some additional information that's been collected on two other counties, being Johnston County and Wake County. But our recommended fee structure has not changed. This would be a new set of fees that we are proposing to implement July 1st for our fire marshal's office. And Jonathan's going to bring that up for us. But again, it's a big spreadsheet. The fees for Johnston County and Wake County on page 2. But we're in our second year of using ClearGov for our online permitting process. Currently, plans that require review by the fire marshal's office are received in planning, and the permit that they currently fall under, I believe we're using a general electrical and a general plumbing permit at $25 for each of those permits. And we would like to, one, we're proposing to expand, add a additional module to that ClearGov interface that we're using in planning for these permits. And this will be the fee structure attached to those and the types of permits that we would create. And then the fire marshal's office would collect these fees. Currently, they're being consolidated with the fees collecting in our planning department. But again, you can see the proposed fees are in the far right column. And effectively, all those fees will be set at $75 for each of those permits, with the exception of two. And that would be one for a sprinkler project involving a sprinkler system and review, which again is a set of plans reviewed by the fire marshal's office. And that would be a base fee of $75, and then we would charge $1.50 per head or nozzle on the set of plans. And then for fire alarm detection system or related equipment, again, it would be a base fee of $75 and then a incremental fee of $1.50 per device. Whether that be annunciator, whether that be fire panel. But again, I think you'll see that those fees compare very favorably, and they're generally on the low end of the scale when you look at the data we've collected for the other counties, and those being Chatham, Franklin, Moore, Greene, Robeson, Harnett, Wayne, Wilson. We also pulled data for the city of Rocky Mount, and again, on the back, you've got Johnston and Wake. So again, this would be for a new set of permits and a fee structure effective July 1st, 2027. I believe the last numbers I collected, there are about 100 permits issued per year that the fire marshal's office is associated with. So it's not a lot of money, but we do feel like it's important to start accounting for those separately as opposed to combining those with the planning permit fees and incorporating that into the ClearGov interface that we're currently using.
All right, Commissioner David.
You say it will be collected by the fire marshal's office. Will it be such that we would pay for the fees all at one time?
Yes, it would still be through the ClearGov interface. We're
Right.
just going to add a module within ClearGov that would account specifically for these fees.
And the problem I see with that is at the time we get permits, the sprinkler system, for instance, is not designed at that point in time. It is designed by the installer after the permit is gotten. So we won't know at that point. I really question why we're charging on a per head basis.
I wish I had, Tripp, would you like to respond to that? I will say with ClearGov, they will have the flexibility of paying online. So we've got much more flexible payment option with ClearGov as opposed to our traditional in-person payment model. But the decision to charge on a per head basis, Tripp, you want to comment? Can you comment on that?
Yes, sir. So that's based on, when we do the plans review, we have to look at each individual head, and then when we go out to do the actual inspection, we have to look at each individual head as well. So that's why it's on a per head or per, for the fire alarm, per accessory for the fire alarm versus the sprinkler system. And that's why that is, because we have to test those. For the fire alarm system, we have to test each individual piece. For the sprinkler system, we have to look, visually inspect each head on the plan review and in the facility at the time of the inspection.
And effectively, the fee would be collected before the permit passes.
Correct.
And that would be online, like Mr. Boone said, like it is currently for building inspections.
But my real question is, at the time we generally are able to get that building permit, the sprinkler system design is still in progress. And you don't know that number ahead at that point in time.
So the installer would pull that permit.
The installer would pull that permit
Yes, sir.
separate from, that answers my question.
Yes, sir.
So it's not gonna hold up us getting the
No,
permit?
sir.
Okay, I'm fine.
Commissioner Wilson?
I don't have a question for Jonathan, but I do have a comment to make. Here again, all these counties that we are not really close to, we use, have them listed as examples of what they do, and I can only come to the conclusion that we're trying to justify what we're gonna charge our citizens by including these other counties. Same for job reclassifications, when we do those, why do we look at Wake County? Why do we look at Johnston County and all these other counties? Why aren't we looking at counties right around our area, you know, in the Region L area? I mean, I just feel like this is to justify, nothing against the staff. I mean, you're trying to get, you know, I guess come to a conclusion, but that's my comment. I mean, are we looking to justify the proposals we have in front of us by going to these other counties that we know, or I know, fees are higher?
Well, we've got Wilson, we've got Franklin, we've got Johnston, we've got Wake. Those
And
are
look-
all counties that
Yeah,
are
but
right
Wake,
around us.
we can't compete with Wake, and you look, what happened to Edgecombe and Halifax? You know, that's
Northampton.
not there. Northampton is in the Region L, you know. And here again, going to Wake County and even going to Johnston County, I just don't understand why we do that. And now we're all the way to Robeson County.
Well, I will say, one of the elements that obviously, not obviously, that was a factor in pulling this data is where could we go to get the data? And then I would say, we're not trying to compete with any other agency. We're just trying to show you what other counties are charging. And our fee structure is nowhere close to Johnston or Wake. So we're not trying to use Johnston or Wake to artificially inflate our values. I mean, the cost of reviewing plans, the cost to go out into the field and inspect a building by a fire marshal is, other than the cost of labor, the equipment is the same, the gas is the same, the time's the same. So I don't feel like we're trying to inflate our values based on more urban counties. If anything, I think you'll see that the proposed fee schedule in this scenario is much more favorable than those larger, more urban counties. I think most would agree Nash County is a very development-friendly county.
Okay, and it's Nash proposed, but what is the fee now?
Excuse me?
What's the fee now?
The fee now is for a general electrical and general plumbing is $25.
And you're proposing to go up to 75.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am, sorry.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
These counties that border Nash, if they assist one another in some of the things that are listed, do they get any compensation for doing that? It's just a courtesy of helping one another in need?
I'm not aware of any instances where we have relied on other counties to assist us with inspections. Tripp, can you think of any instances where we've done that?
No, sir.
Well, within the county, I noticed fire departments sometimes assist each other. Is there any compensation in?
All this work is only performed by vehicles, employees employed by the county working out of the county fire marshal's office. This function is not provided by any other agency within the county.
So they're on their own, doing a courtesy thing to assist another department within the county.
Again, we do not leverage any of the volunteer fire departments, any municipalities in performing these inspections. These are inspections performed in the unincorporated area. So maybe if you're thinking about the city of Rocky Mount, the city of Rocky Mount performs their own inspections.
Yeah,
We do not go into the city limits and perform inspections.
Yeah, I know about the city
Within the
of
city
Rocky
limits.
Mount, but I was just wondering about out in the county.
No, we do not rely on any other agency to assist us with inspections. Okay, I got you done before lunch.
All right, thanks.
I think we can probably break, and then once we're ready to eat, we'll have someone bless the food. If people want to stretch their legs and take a break.
Okay. All right, we're 10 minutes away from 12, so it's our scheduled lunch break. So we'll break, and what time are we supposed to come back?
We can probably come back at 12:45.
Okay, we're going to break for lunch until 12:45.
So I hope everyone enjoyed their lunch. Thank you to
Yes.
the Leaning Tree. So we are going to go through the outside agency funding recommendation for 2027. In your packets, you should have this PowerPoint, and also in your packet, Commissioner Wilkins, you requested the scoring rubric, and so behind you will see a long page like this that shows the scoring rubric, which supports our recommendation. So, okay. So the purpose of the outside agency funding is Nash County recognizes the vital role nonprofit organizations play in enhancing quality of life across our community. Through strategic partnerships, these organizations deliver essential services to residents in a cost-effective, impactful manner. I do want to say that outside agency funding is awarded through a competitive grant process. Applications are evaluated using established criteria, and funding is not guaranteed. Okay. Next, I want to just outline the focus areas. So outside agency helps local governments extend its reach, strengthen community outcomes, and invest in services that improve quality of life for our residents. And for within our application process, there are these buckets or key areas of support that applicants identify when they're submitting an application. So one is education as a focus area, workforce development, housing, health and safety, arts, and then there's also another other bucket. But these are the key areas that we try to categorize our applicants within. So this slide, and I don't know if you can see it here, and it's in your packet here. This is just the history of how from 2018 to 2019 of the organizations that historically Nash County has funded. And so you can see, and as we go further on, we get more applicants. And you see down here, these are ones that we have not funded historically, but I do want to say that agencies' budgets are tight, and so of course they're always looking for opportunities to expand their reach. So the application process was posted on our Nash County website. It's posted now, but it's just not open. And so applications were open on January 12, 2026, and they closed on February 13, 2026. That's the link to the website, and on that link you'll see the application, the rubric, the policy, and other documents. The review process, the commissioners established an outside agency funding committee and also revised their policy last year after some discussion. And so for this year, we received 19 applications. There was a total funding request of $487,319, and the funds that we have available are $178,996. If you have any questions during this, please just reach out. I wanted to share the scoring rubric. You'll see it on your larger document here, but Applications are scored using a 6-category rubric to help ensure a fair and consistent evaluation. The rubric includes community needs and alignment, program impact and outcomes, cost per unit, organizational capacity and accountability, equity and accessibility, and collaboration and partnerships. Together, these categories help the county assess how well each application addresses community priorities, demonstrates measurable value, and shows readiness to deliver services effectively. This process supports informed funding recommendation and helps Nash County direct limited resources towards funds that offer the greatest potential benefit to residents and to the community as a whole. So here, I'm not sure if you can see it on this, but you have it in your packet here. These are the recommendations, and so I didn't color it, but I bolded it here. So for fiscal year 27, the Outside Agency Funding Committee recommended funding for 8 of the 19 agencies that applied. This is, I do want to say, and I'm sure you can understand, this is challenging every year because the amount requested is much higher than the available funding that we have. This cycle, agencies requested nearly $500,000, while less than $200,000 was available. This means that the committee had to make tough decisions and focus on the applications that best met the criteria and showed the strongest community impact. And so you can see here, the recommended funding agencies are Christian Fellowship, Boys and Girls Club, Tri-County Industries, United Community Ministries, STEP, Downey's Partnership for Children, Communities in School, and Peacemakers, for the total of $178,996. I do want to say the amount every year goes up by Consumer Price Index, and so every year it will increase slightly based on the process that we have. So outside agency funding demonstrates Nash County's commitment to strategic partnerships with community-based organizations that help meet our critical needs. I do also want to reiterate, although available resources are limited, this funding process enables the county to invest in programs that align with community priorities, extend community service, and contribute to the health, stability, and overall well-being of Nash County residents. What questions do you have? Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Will?
19 agencies applied, and it looks like 17 of them were scored.
Yes, two of the applicants were not qualified. One did not live in, did not have its organization within Nash County or the city of Rocky Mount, and the other one was a startup, which makes them ineligible.
Now, does the committee have a certain number that the outside agencies have to be graded? In other words, all these that were approved or given funding are 23 and more. I mean, is there something in your guidelines, the committee guidelines, that says each outside agency that applies and scores has to be over 15, over 16?
No. The maximum amount, the guidelines are the maximum amount that they can apply for, and also we are just picking the strongest applications. And so it's not automatically, if you receive a score of 23, you're automatic, because we don't have the funds to ensure automatic.
Okay, and I guess my concern is if that's the case, I mean, if that's the case, why not divvy up or divide up all the money if we've got 17 that got a score?
17 eligible, yes, ma'am.
If 17 were eligible and scored, and you picked, I think, 9 of the highest?
8. We picked the strongest applicants. So
I guess my question is, why not have enough, use the money, the funds, to give all of them something, because all of them warranted a score or received scores?
yes, they all received scores. the hesitation is what happens next year when we get 20 applicants and they all receive a score. We have to determine which organizations can meet the rigor of this process so that we can ensure that the outcomes are a benefit for Nash County.
Then I would just suggest, and I'll put it at a motion at the proper time, that we take the top 10 scores, or the top 5, or however many you all want to, or the commissioners feel we need to. I just feel we need to at least maybe take the top 10 and, because like I said, you know, you've got United Way at 18.7, and then the next score is 23.6. You got Mercer Foundation 17.0. You know, even as I said at the last meeting, $5,000, even $5,000. I don't care if they ask for 20 or 25 or 30. $5,000 is going to help. We don't know where else they're getting funding from.
Yes, ma'am. I do want to say, if an organization, for example, asks for $40,000 for a program, and we give them something, $5,000, how do they report on this small slice that we've given them? Because aside from the funding, there's a reporting requirement. And it doesn't seem fair to these organizations to give them a sliver of what they've asked for, but then require this reporting twice a year for this $5,000 when it hasn't even met enough. They're asking for money to meet a program need, specifically a program. It's not a general budget request. It's a program-specific request. And part of this rubric is how are they serving their clients? What do their partnerships look like? And so we are testing that program against this rubric. So with giving them $5,000 and they're requesting as much more, it just seems unrealistic or unfair to the organizations to have an expectation that they are going to be able to roll out this program when we haven't funded it.
Well, I'm just saying, even the $5,000, I'm sure they could find something that they could put that $5,000 to and turn in a report as to how they use it. That's my thinking, but those are my concerns.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
I see here where the Wright Center was cut completely out, and we have been funding them, senior citizens operation, where family members can work and won't have to be not work to take care of a family member. They can go to the Wright Center during the day, and then they pick them up after work.
Yes, sir.
And take them home. But we
did not fund them. I do want
not
to
funding them now, but we've been funding them.
I do want to say when we edited the policy last year, part of the edit was that we make it more competitive. And so the fact that some of these organizations are not funded doesn't mean that these are not good programs or meaningful to the community, but we have to decide with taxpayer dollars who is going to give us the most bang for our buck, who is going to be able to have the strongest level of reporting that we can justify why we're giving this money to this organization. And specifically when it comes to the Wright Center, it was an issue of cost effectiveness. The cost was approximately $15,000 per person, which is an extensive amount when you're judging these organizations against each other. One of the measures is how cost effective is it? And $15,000 for one person is not cost effective for taxpayers' dollars based on the feedback from our committee. So it's not that the program is not a good program, but we have to see which program is going to carry taxpayer dollars the furthest.
Well, I can't see, are you saying that per person that's enrolled at a Wright Center is $15,000?
I'm saying that based on the application that they submitted, they have to say how many residents or clients they anticipate to serve and what is the total money requested, and then we calculate how much per person. And based on their request, it was $15,000 per person.
Well, what you have here is the requested 35,000.
Yes, I understand. So what you have here is the 35,000 request, but when you go into, I mean, the applications are extensive. We get their tax statements, we get their data points, and so when we compare these organizations against each other, the money does not go as far with the Wright Center as it does with other organizations.
I don't agree with that.
Okay. Any other questions?
Commissioner Davis?
I would just say, prior to us going about it this way, I did get a lot of inquiries from numerous ones, and the list is growing each year. Since we have come up with a formula as to what the amount of money would be put in there each year based on a base year and then doing a cost of living index increase each year, I haven't had those questions at all. It is iffy in my mind whether we should be taking taxpayers' money and making decisions on giving to nonprofits, but I will say that the way we're doing it now has cut down on the calls I was getting, asking why we were doing this. I haven't had any in a couple of years now, so I like what we're doing, how we're doing it, and the board did make a decision to let that in-house committee do it, and I would not want to be on that in-house committee.
You sure you can join us?
No, I'm fine, but it's a very touchy subject. I understand where everybody stands, but I think we've got a good way to do it, and I hope it continues to be done the way it's been done.
Thank you, sir.
I just want to say, in regard to what Commissioner Davis said, he wondered why taxpayer money was being used for this. Many of these agencies provide services that the county can't or won't because of statute. And so, you know, I think most citizens and taxpayers do want us to help agencies when we can. You know, right now, United Community Ministries is suffering. The city, from my recollection, is not donating to them this year, and I believe they gave them $300,000 last year. So not just United Community Ministries, but many are suffering. And so, although I understand the process, this board has the ability to change it, and I'm glad we changed it last year, that all agencies must be in Nash County. And as much as I hate to accept, I will, because, you know, you explained it very well. I don't like it, but if the support from the fellow commissioners is not there to do something about it or increase the funding some kind of way, it is what it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, you've heard the recommendation, and the committee followed the recommendation that was provided, and I guess we will move forward.
Thank you so much. So next, we will go to Jonathan, if you don't mind. The employee compensation. Yes. So in your packets, you should have a PowerPoint that looks similar to this. And I've got my gloves just in case, but hopefully we will have no issues here. So this presentation provides an overview of Nash County's recommended approach to employee compensation for fiscal year 2026 and 2027. The recommendations include a cost of living adjustment, a merit-based pay component, and a phased salary study approach intended to support long-term market alignment, workforce stability, and fiscal responsibility. And so this is very similar to what we went over in our small group meetings, but Nash County's compensation philosophy, it should support the county's ability to recruit and retain qualified employees while maintaining internal equity and fiscal discipline. Compensation decisions should be data-informed, sustainable over time, and aligned with the county's long-term goal of market competitiveness. This approach recognizes that employees' pay affects both workforce stability and service delivery. And so we are, in Nash County, are committed to an equitable and consistent pay across similar roles with progression that recognizes performance, experience, and growth while ensuring compensation decisions are guided by market conditions, organizational priorities, legal requirements, and responsible stewardship of public funds. And so these are just some of the points of our compensation philosophy, that they're competitive, sustainable, performance-informed, and balance employee investment with fiscal responsibility. So first, I will go over the COLA recommendation. As you see here, the COLA recommendation is to provide a 2.75% cost of living adjustment effective July 1st, 2026. This recommendation is based on the Social Security increase and the Social Consumer Price Index for the Southern region. The purpose of the COLA is to help employees maintain purchasing power in light of inflation and to provide a broad-based compensation adjustment at the start of the fiscal year. And so this is what we are recommending. In addition to COLA, staff recommends budgeting 1.25% for merit pay effective January 1st, 2027. Merit pay is intended to distinguish between employees who meet standards and those who exceed standards. This creates a performance-based component within the organization's strategy and allows the county to recognize stronger individual contributions while maintaining a manageable budget framework. Okay. Any questions about merit or COLA? So next, goes into our salary study approach. To support long-term compensation planning, Nash County has entered into a contract with Piedmont Triad Regional Council to conduct an annual market pay study over a 3-year period. Each year, approximately 1/3 of the county workforce will be reviewed, with positions organized into groups A, B, and C on a rotating schedule. This phased approach is designed to maintain market alignment, ensuring the county's pay structure remains competitive and responsive to labor market conditions over time. So we are now in our first group, Group A, which is the first 1/3 of this contract. And so here you'll see Group A includes DSS, all divisions, health, aging, veteran services, cooperative extension, and soil and water. There are approximately 269 Nash County employees in these departments across Group A. As part of the work of the pay study or the salary study, a third of the, in addition to the third study, and this Group A is a third, benchmarks are reviewed annually to help guide the study. So here, this might be a little small, and it may also be a little small in your packet, but Group B, which is the second 1/3, will be reviewed in next year based on the contract that we have. And you'll see within Group B, it's administration, economic development, elections, finance, HR, inspections, MIS, Parks and Rec, facility maintenance and all related classifications, Parks and Rec, planning and development, Register of Deeds, tax, tourism, admin, grants and intergovernmental, IT support grant, public utilities, and solid waste disposal. This will be the group for next year's study, where this year's study we're focusing on this Group A. And in addition, benchmark positions are reviewed annually that helps to guide the study. And then on the third group, which is fiscal year 28, is Group C, which is sheriff, detention, EMS, animal control, emergency communications, emergency services, building security, highway safety grant. I do want to say that public safety was studied last year, and after we had that study, we identified the need to enter into a contract to look at the rest of our organization. So this is just a slide, and I hope you can see it, that these are examples of benchmark positions. So benchmark positions are jobs used as a standard comparison in a salary study. These are positions with duties that are common, clearly defined, and comparable across local governments, allowing Nash County to measure pay competitiveness and support market alignment. Those benchmark positions help guide decisions about salary grades and ranges for the full organization. Being a benchmark does not mean that this is a more important position. It simply means it's a useful comparison point. And so I'd like you to see here that these are benchmarks across our entire organization. Benchmarks are common, comparable, clearly defined, representative, and stable. And so deputy sheriff, detention officer, sheriff, health director, income maintenance, public health, social worker, child support, these are all benchmark positions that are consistent across local governments. Yes, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. So you're saying the benchmark positions are reviewed across most local governments, not just ours, every year?
As part of our salary study, so, benchmarks help to determine how the market changes. They're like anchor points. So whenever there's a salary study, whether you're studying the third, now I do want to say David Hill, as he's studying our entire our third, he also needs to look at the benchmarks across our entire organization to see how the market is changing. So for this study that we have, he is looking at Group A, Group B, and Group C individually, but in addition to those groups, so he's looking at these. We have a recommendation, and I'll get to that at the end, for Group A. But in addition, he looks at the benchmarks because the benchmarks help to inform the recommendation.
Okay, even though I think the sheriff's office was done in you said last year.
Last year, yes,
in
ma'am.
2025. So that same group will be looked at.
If you would ask your question again, because I'm not sure.
Okay. The benchmark positions are reviewed annually.
Correct.
And a lot of, and those are.
Yes, these benchmark positions have been reviewed in effort to inform and make recommendations for this Group A. So yes, the benchmark positions are reviewed every year.
Okay.
To help establish how the market is moving.
You gave the number of employees of 269 in Group A. Can we assume that Group B and Group C are equal amounts or like
Approximate,
amounts?
yes. We try to split it in a third. I don't have those exact numbers, but I can get that for you.
No, I don't need it.
But the intention was a third, a third, a third.
Okay.
So they should be relatively close.
To help me understand benchmark positions, that process has nothing to do with any of these positions being looked at annually to get advanced raises. It's only to help you get a base point for looking at the group that you're looking at that year.
Exactly.
That's what, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Sorry if I misunderstood your
No,
question.
that's okay.
Yes. The benchmarks are anchor points to help us study our entire organization. So the same way that we look at a detention officer is the same way that we look at a child support agent. Those are anchors that help inform the overall study.
I think it would be advantageous for us to make sure our employees understand that that's what that's for.
The benchmarks?
Yes, because I
Okay.
think some of them do not. I think they think they're being looked at annually, and may get raises more often simply because they are a benchmark
position.
Yeah.
That's what I was, yeah.
Okay. Any more questions about benchmarks? Yes, sir.
So, just help me understand here, so.
I know this was discussed last year as well, which was presented to us last year when we looked at doing the first 1/3 of the group on this, before we decided to move forward with a contract to do it every year going forward, which I think is the right thing to do. But I'm still confused on the benchmarks, because
Okay.
I was under the impression that benchmarks were also indicators to help determine where you were at with the other decisions, a plus or minus 5% at the midpoint. Is that correct or incorrect?
Could you ask that question again?
The benchmark positions across the county
Yes.
were looked at to determine the pay. And basically, those benchmark positions should be at the midpoint, 5% over or 5% less, meaning we've got a green light that we're still in line as a county as we go through this process every 3 years for each third. But those are the benchmarks, because they, to your point you made a while ago, these positions are pretty much consistent across all counties.
Correct.
So the job functions and duties are the same regardless where you're at in the 100 counties in North Carolina. So looking at that, if you're at the midpoint and you're plus or minus 5%, then we're in target. Whether we're 5% over or 5% less, we're still in that range where we need to be. Even though we're not reviewing those positions issue, that tells us where we are as a county overall. So help me understand the 1/3. So the 1/3 that we reviewed this year on the study, are those employees that's in that 1/3 all within that 5% plus or minus?
I'm not understanding where you're getting the 5% from.
So when we had a discussion in the previous meeting, there was a midpoint on those positions we discussed here recently. in the
Midpoint
meeting.
of the salary range.
Correct, yes, ma'am. So, and basically, we were looking at 5%, 5% under, 5% over is the window. 10% range is the way it's been communicated in the past.
I don't,
When we talked about the midpoint, we were talking about a midpoint model that could be adopted as part of doing an annual study, and some counties have adopted policies around a midpoint model in where they are trying to move an employee from day one of employment to midpoint in an 8-year period, a 9-year period, some a 10-year period. That's the discussion that we had about the midpoint on our grades. We've never had any specific discussion about a 5% on either side of midpoint of the grade. That's.
That was in the presentation last year from our HR director.
I made the presentation last year, and I did not have that in the presentation, at least in this budget work session.
Not in the budget work session, but I think it was later on when we had it in one of the commissioner meetings.
I don't remember that exactly. But we did not have benchmarks last year.
So
We're
not
trying to
using-
figure out how best to use this benchmark data.
So-
As Tia said, it gives us an idea what the overall market is doing, because to your point, you articulated, these are positions we can find in pretty much any county around us or in the state.
I'm just trying to get clarity kind of where we're at and kind of where we need to be. I guess my next question to that is, so take the benchmarks out. Are the 1/3 positions that we reviewed this year, are they all in compliance? Because our goal last year, or our goal recently in a previous meeting we just had, was getting everybody with the same tenure at the same midpoint as close as possible. Not the exact, but within a range, and I don't know what that range is, but we used a range in the previous meeting and said they were X number of dollars off, so I don't know if that's a dollar figure, or is it going to be a percentage?
so I do want to say, I don't feel like it's as cut as dry as in compliance and out of compliance. Our pay table is approved every year, and our employees are always within that pay table. What happens is the market moves, and so we need to move with that. So everybody is in compliance, that's not a question.
No, ma'am. We're not in compliance, because we just sat in a meeting the other day and had a discussion about one particular employee. And we were very passionate in that meeting, the staff, about bringing other employees up. So, and this is very important.
Well, she was still within the correct
Right,
pay
but-
scale in the pay.
But it was off. And my question is, are there other employees, is there a large number of employees that's in this same situation? And the reason why I ask this is, we just communicated we're trying to do a merit increase in a COLA. And if we got inequities all across the county in this 1/3 group, we may have to use all those funds for salaries to fix that and may not have any room for COLA or merit. So that's the reason why I'm asking, where are we at on the study in comparison to the people?
Sure, so I'd like to say, when David Hill looks at our organization and he's looking at individual employees, there are some, and as we get a little bit further, I'll show you this, there are some that their salary is within the appropriate grade, there's no adjustment that needs to be made. There's some employees that no adjustment needs to be made. There's some employees that a small adjustment needs to be made, and there's some employees that a large adjustment needs to be made. And the one that you're talking in reference to last week was one that was brought to our attention of a large adjustment that needs to be made based on his study.
Okay, so my question is on that, that's one individual.
That he identified
So have
as.
we looked at, and that one came to us in a different situation, but what I'm saying is collectively in that 1/3 group,
Yes.
have we looked at all those individuals that's in that 1/3 group? And are we going to need to make adjustments to others in that 1/3 group as well? And if we don't know the answer to that, how can we recommend a merit and a COLA increase
I
without
have
knowing
the
what that
answer.
is?
So we have a recommendation from David Hill, who did the study of the 1/3. We have that recommended number that would bring everyone in compliance, as you say. We do have that number, and that has looked at individual employees, all 268 of them, I believe,
In that 1/3?
in that 1/3. Yes, sir.
I think it's kind of an understanding benchmark. And when we say benchmark, say a person making, the salary benchmark is $50,000, and somebody's getting paid $40,000 for that position, or somebody's getting paid $60,000 for that position. And how do you establish a benchmark? It's just a midway between those two ranges. That's why we got the 10 and 5%.
So that's
above
not
and 5%.
benchmark, that's
So-
that's,
I know, but that's what I'm saying. That's what we're trying to establish, what a benchmark really is and what you're evaluating
okay.
that on. Is that,
And I guess to follow up with that, so I had recollected 5%, but maybe I was incorrect. So, but what is the compliance? In other words, if you're using those as the benchmark, which you've identified today, across the county, what is the benchmark? In other words, what's in compliance and what's out of compliance
Right.
on those positions only?
so it's kind of like, what percentage do you go up or down on that benchmark
So I
of a
have-
salary
I understand.
that you would want to bring compliance with?
So I do have, every one of these benchmarks, I have where they sit in the market,
Mhm.
which that data helped inform the Group A pay study. So I have those, I have that percentage of each of these positions, but that data is used to inform the overall 1/3 pay study. The benchmarks, if we were going to address the benchmarks every year, then we're addressing them across our organization every year. And that's not the intention of benchmarks. The benchmarks are intended to give a snapshot to the person who's doing the study about how the market is moving based on the movement of these positions. So the percentage, I'm not sure that I'm following the
Well,
percentage. There's not a, I mean,
wanna
the,
just say this last thing. If I'm trying to keep, say, a EMS worker in Wake County is making $65,000 a year, and that's the base that, in that area, say that's a so-called benchmark, and we're paying that same EMS worker $55,000 a year. So if I want to keep in range and stay competitive, what percentage off of the benchmark do I want to be? I guess that's
well,
what,
okay,
that's
I
what
understand
we're
your question.
trying to.
So it would be the board's decision about what their tolerance is for benchmark variance. The consultant doesn't recommend 2% or 5% or 10%. It's the board's decision about how off or out of compliance or that we want to be.
Well, all of this is about staying competitive,
Yes.
and you have to have a percentage to me to realize, to stay competitive.
The
What percentage you
consultant
wanna
does
go
not
up and
provide
down.
that percentage. It is the board's recommendation. But I do want to say the benchmarks have, the percentage variance of the benchmark is what was used to inform the changes for the Group A. And then the same benchmarks will be used for Group A, for Group B, and the same benchmarks will be used for Group C. So if we were doing a study of the whole organization at one time, I feel like I'd understand more, but we're doing a third. And so if we jump out of the Group A and address all the benchmarks, then that kind of throws a wrench in the whole plan of a third.
No, we're still talking about a third.
Okay.
But we're still trying to say, what percentage of the up or down the benchmark, which is the average,
Can-
that can
can I make a comment?
Please.
Okay, so, and we've had similar discussions as staff, and what I have said as the manager is I would like for us to go through the cycle, go through the 3 years of doing the third, addressing those thirds each year. We get the information about the benchmarks. If we see, I'm just hesitant for us to establish a policy that says at X amount of percent that's what triggers us making a reaction to it, because it's a financial reaction, right? It's a reoccurring financial reaction. It's not just to fix it that year, it's going to be for years to come. So I would like for us to wrap our hands around this process and see what a third looks like, go through those years, keeping an eye on the benchmark positions. But also, like I said in small meetings, I don't think it would just be a percentage off. Okay, so what if we happen to be 12% off, and maybe our tolerance level is more around 10%. We don't want to get too far away from 10%. But I think it needs to be a combination of things. It doesn't just need to be 12% off. It needs to be our vacancy rate. Are we having trouble recruiting to fill those positions? I think there needs to be multiple factors considered before I would make a recommendation to the board that we would step outside of the group that we're looking at that year, to make a financial decision that is going to continue to compound and impact us for years to come. Does that make sense?
I agree, but I need more information. I mean, she says it's a board decision on what we do. I don't feel comfortable with the knowledge that I have currently on it. And there's been a lot of questions, as I think we need more information if we're going to be involved in that decision-making process. And then the other thing is just outlining that, and we'll pick 2 of them, EMS and the detention center. I mean, obviously, we've got a vacancy issue there. We've got a 100% turnover rate in the detention center. This facility here has been closed 41 times this year since January the 1st. That's a 40% time it's vacant. And we're looking to add another EMS station on in staffing. So obviously, even though you've done those last year, we've still got opportunities at the sheriff's office with detention and with EMS outside of this process. And I like the process. I'm not against it. But we got to do something to address those irregular situations that's occurring, because it may be pay, it may be something different, but we got to do something different so we don't keep having those vacancies.
And we agree with you 100%. We're having these discussions daily. And what we need to do at this point in the budget process is to continue to provide you with information today on how we've gotten to where we are with balancing the budget, and see if there's some additional decisions that can be made to help us free up some additional dollars to work with. But then those are the things that we feel like we need to take care of the third. We need to budget that, right? Because we did do public safety, and we've decided to do this, so we need to budget the third, and that is in the budget that we're providing today. But those are the next steps for us moving forward, is to take a look at the vacancy rate, which we already have data on. We know that there are issues there, and figure out what our recommendation, what a sustainable recommendation can be from staff to the board, that we address areas where we know we've got issues.
I just don't want it to wait
2 more years at this point
Right.
before we address
It's
EMS
not.
or the
It
detention center.
is a constant conversation right now, how we're going to do that. So
And I'd love to be involved in any of those meetings I can to learn more.
it's daily.
The other thing
Send me the invite.
Just to provide context, and again, where we're at, maybe not ideal, but keep in mind where we came from. We were in this regimen where we were doing a pay study every 8 years or so. So we feel like we're making progress, not where we want to be yet, but we're putting ourselves in a much better competitive position than where we were when we only did a pay study every 8 years. So now it's a roll in the third, so we're not waiting so long to make adjustments. And we've incorporated these benchmarks into the study this year that were not in the study last year, that gives us some more data to work with, but with more data comes more questions. So we've got more information, so now we've got to figure out, well, what are we going to do with the information now that we've got it? And then, to the manager's point, what's sustainable, what can we support, what direction the board want to go in? So So we're trying to get more information so we can make a more informed decision and continue to make progress towards getting ultimately to where we want to be with employee compensation and maintaining our position within the market. And then the other thing I would say back to, and the benchmark position certainly has muddied the water a little bit, but the recommendations that the consultant is providing for last year for public safety, this year for Group A, is all around what is the average compensation for a given position. So it's not, we're trying to get as close as we can to the market average. Now, we can go down some rabbit holes. We can decide in some areas we want to be above market. We want to be more competitive in a given area. Or we can say maybe we don't feel like we need to be as competitive. To this point, we're just trying to hit, for all those positions, the consultant's trying to give us a recommendation that will move all those positions as close as we can get to the market average in what we consider our market to be.
And my main concern is I just want to see the passion that Tia distributed in the meeting we just had for all the employees, not just one employee. Because I think we got inequality across the whole county that we need to get fixed. That's my concern about committing to a merit and a COLA increase now without knowing the full impact of that. That's my concern. I think we need to, because now we're doing merits, and to your point, 8 years ago, we weren't doing merits. The pay schedule was different as well. So now we're doing merits and COLA, plus we're doing a pay study. So we're heading in the right direction. I commend the staff for what they're doing. I just got concerns on some of the outlying areas that we can't forget about those that's going to need immediate attention, not every 3 years.
Commissioner Davis.
I think at the end of the day, all of this equates back to affordability. And we don't know what affordability is yet because we hadn't got far enough in this book to find out where we are. We're gonna find that out today. But we've got to know that number before we get too involved in any of this. The whole thing about this discussion is the benchmark is confusing everybody. If I were staff and the board's not gonna let you do this, I'd take that out of the equation. Y'all do it, use it like you want to, but we don't need to know that. Board does not need to know what these benchmark positions are. Use it for the way you got it in here, but that's what's really confused me to start with. I got it now. I know why you're using it. But, you know, I'm one of those that don't agree on the 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, but you've sold it. I see that that's the direction you're moving in gradually. And at the end of the day, we still got to look at affordability. And my final point is, vacancy rate, most of the time, has nothing to do with salaries. It's other reasons involved. In one of ours particularly, it's all something besides salaries. But that's the way I feel about this. But at the end of the day, the word affordability for all citizens has got to come to the top of the page.
Thank you. I do apologize for, I may have put too much information with the benchmarks, but I just wanted to share the information so that we all have a full understanding about how these positions are being used. Also, Commissioner Howell, I do want to say I'm passionate about all Nash County employees, not just that one.
But I want to see that, because I think we got others as well, and I think we need to address those too.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, to continue? Okay. So this, just going through the salary process, and this is just for general understanding. So the process is to benchmark the market, compare roles against selected peer counties. We use only county data as a primary reference set. Next is assess internal equity, which is what Commissioner Howell was talking about, review responsibilities placed within the salary structure and compression relationships. We want to make sure there's an internal equity, which is what we addressed last week, and then develop recommendations. So identify where there's no change, minor change, and more significant adjustment that may be warranted. And so this is just another slide to reiterate the point that the goal is market alignment. Market alignment. So compensation adjustments are categorized into 3 categories. No adjustment means the position is already aligned with the market, and we've got lots of positions that are just like that. The next is minor adjustment, slight market movement or internal equity pressure. We make those adjustments. There are a few other ones that, you know, typically when you're looking at a pay scale, if you move one, then you've got to move the other one above it because of compression. And so There are some minor adjustments with our positions, and then significant adjustment where there's some significant market gap or pay compression concerns. So those are really what we're looking for: no adjustment, minor adjustment, or significant adjustment. I did, in our previous meetings, in our previous small group meeting, I went through all of the options, but I wanted to just, show you the costs associated with it. But the recommendation from staff is option 5, which is an 8-year to midpoint model. One of the things that is important, and I think local governments kind of have a hard time, is finding a way to progress employees along that continuum of their pay scale. So if your pay scale is 110 and you have a starting salary of 50 and an ending salary of 70, it's challenging for a lot of employees to move along that scale. And so with this pay study, we are recommending number 5 because it gives people a reward or gives credit for their time in their current position, and it moves them more aggressively towards the midpoint. And so employees progress towards midpoint over 8 years within their role, aligning pay with experience and mastery of that specific job. This approach strongly ties compensation to role proficiency and can improve fairness in promotions. However, employees who change roles may effectively restart the timeline, and none of these options are perfect, I do want to say, because that's a feedback that we've heard from a department. But it requires strong, accurate job data history. But we do have, with collaboration with our HR, we have strong start dates, and the data that we've provided to David Hill is solid. And so our recommendation is number 5, which moves our employees to the midpoint within 8 years. And the budget impact is $1,384,087. Okay, so I do want to say that this is just another slide on our recommendation. The option 5 provides the strongest alignment between compensation and job proficiency, supports promotional equity. It's a balanced approach between equity and fiscal responsibility, and provides a consistent framework for ongoing pay administration within a mid-max structure. And so I think, this is our Group A, and we want to be able to set some standard as we go into Group B and grow into Group C. Based on the conversation here and what we're seeing and talking about with staff, there may be some conversations that we need to have with benchmark positions or certain classifications, maybe not generally benchmark, but certain classifications. But I do feel like this is a solid recommendation based on what was provided to us from David Hill. So in closing, NASH is committed to a compensation strategy that is market aligned to remain competitive, and all of the recommendations that we have here come from a targeted market study. It's internally equitable to ensure fairness across roles, sustainable within our long-term financial capacity by doing it 1/3, 1/3, and 1/3, and then transparent and consistent in how decisions are made. Questions?
Commissioner Davis.
I'd like for you to give us a little bit of input on how you came up with this number of $1,384,000 budget impact. The 280 something employees, this is the total for, and I did not put that in your packets because it has all of the employee salary information. Sure. But it is there are some positions within that group that are at market. There are some that are off, and so this puts all of the positions in that group in market, and this is the total amount. So it's not a every individual was looked at individually, and so it's not a flat rate of
a certain percentage for all of the employees, because some employees were appropriate within their grade, and some were not. Or not, but some had fallen behind, not.
Who's there? This is under the category of an 8-year to midpoint model. So you're saying this is just for the group that we're dealing with this year?
Correct.
To get them on track to be at midpoint in an 8-year cycle, this year alone, it costs this amount. What are you saying? I don't quite get it.
That is what I'm saying, that we are, and similar to what we did last year, is that we are aiming to get our employees who have tenure. We want to have a employee base who are seasoned, right? And so to move people along that pay scale, this is the 8-year model that we are leaning into to move our employees across the pay scale. There are other counties that use a midpoint model.
What did it cost us last year? Do you happen to know?
Right at $2 million.
Was that because it was public safety or because we have caught up a little bit since last year?
That's just because that's how much the market had moved in public safety.
Okay.
And the other thing I want to clarify right quick, if we think about the pay study, think about it as 2 steps. One, they look at all these positions, and you think of our pay scale as a ladder. Try to take every position and put it on the right rung on the ladder. That's step one. And then the midpoint model helps us address experience, helps us move employees to midpoint, also helps us address issues with salary compression, because that's another issue that we deal with. So it's really a 2-step process that helps us, again, move the average employee compensation in each of these positions towards a market average. So it's just another tool we use. I mean, it's serving multiple purposes, but at the end of the day, we're trying to get the 1/3 of the organization to the market average.
Do we know this 2.75, 1.25 merit COLA, do we know what that cost is this year?
We do. Well, we know what we anticipate it will be for FY '27, yes, sir.
And what is that number?
Stand by. Total is 2.5 million, a little over 2.5 million for COLA and merit.
2.5 million, so you're talking about 4.5, you're talking about roughly $4 million in payroll addition for this year,
Yes,
reoccurring costs,
yes, sir.
compound.
As time goes on, it will compound, yes, sir.
Wow. Okay.
COLA is 1.75 million, merit is roughly 800,000.
One more time?
175 COLA, 800,000 merit.
Do y'all know, Madam Manager, are our employees 5 or 6 years ago were tickled to death that we were doing pretty hefty COLAs each year. We weren't addressing merits, and everybody was pretty much getting 5% or better each year. And are they happier with what we're doing now versus what we were doing then?
We're doing what we're doing because of feedback from employees.
Okay,
When we
that's my
had
question.
our management team retreats for 2 consecutive years, our boards were full of that they wanted us to address a performance-based merit program. So we are doing what we've been asked to do by our staff.
Right, okay. I was hoping that's what you would say.
But you were asked to do that by staff, by the department heads, but are the regular employees, how do they feel about it?
I mean,
And I thought that's what Commissioner Davis was.
Combination of the two, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, we've heard from staff also that they want to be recognized for their good performance and not get the same COLA annually as the
That's somewhat-
person that works next to them that they're seeing is,
That's not
potentially
doing much.
not doing as much as they're doing, so.
It causes a morale issue when people get the same amount when they're clearly doing different work, so.
Okay.
Cause a morale issue with those employees doing a good job,
Yeah.
which is who you should be.
Yeah.
trying to tend to.
Okay.
For those that weren't involved, don't ever, use your salary money to give everybody a bonus again. We did that one time, and it was a disaster.
So, looks like we're doing things to address our current employees' salary to get everybody across the board close to the same as possible for a fair market salary. What kind of new systems or processes are we using when we onboard new employees to prevent these issues from reoccurring again when we hire new employees? I know there's a lot of different software out there that looks at time in position, your previous job, your education, and all that. It recommends thresholds for salaries. Do we use something like that now? Are we looking at using something like that to complement this so that we don't create these in the future?
So we don't have any software to do it, but we have department heads that are constantly looking at who it is that they're interviewing and who they want to bring onto their staff and comparing them to others that are already on staff to make requests for the ability that I have, the 10% that I have to work with, to be able to recognize years of service, certifications that have already been achieved, those sorts of things. And when they may have a situation that's out of my range, that's when we would bring that to the board and ask for you all to help us with that. But
So HR doesn't control this today? As far
No.
as the onboarding process with the employees and set those recommendations to the department heads?
well, it does go through HR. I mean, we do get their support, and then depending on, there's times when we will also kick it over to David Hill and have him take a look at it too, to see what his recommendation would be. But HR does not have the authority to approve above the hiring salary. That's my approval and within the 10% that I have to work with.
They do the onboarding, but as
Yeah.
far as the salary negotiation, that does not happen within HR. Any other questions?
This is not a question, but it just, I made this suggestion earlier. As we deal with salaries and training, I know we can train people, promote them within, but sometimes they'll leave for the same position because a neighboring county may be paying more in that position. What I think we should do, and I know some agents, some counties rather, have, if they spend money training you, sending you off to get training, they have a clause where you must remain with the county at least some 2, and some got up to 5 years. We ought to have something in place too. I wouldn't say 5 years, maybe 2. You don't want to hold people back if they're moving for a promotion, but if they're just moving in the same position that they're already in here in the county, they just can get more money. We ought to have a clause where we can say to them that they will agree, well, we're going to send you off for this training, we're going to pay for it, but you must remain with us at least 2 years, or whatever, 3 or 5.
Okay.
That's something to think about.
I do want to say, you've heard our manager say we want to be the employer of choice, and I think it's not just salary. I think it's the work environment, your colleagues, the management team, the support from the commissioners, and so the benefits that we have. And so I do know that there are some employees that look strictly at the hourly rate, but I do encourage employees 100% to look at their total compensation, because Nash County offers a lot where we cannot maybe meet the salary of a bigger county. The benefits that we have far outweigh those benefits of other counties. And so for any employees who are looking at another county because of their salary, I would encourage them to take the time to look at the total compensation and the environment that we're developing here, because I do think that we are an employer of choice, and it's not only because of the salary.
If they're moving for a promotion, it's a different story. But if they moving, going into the same position that they is here in Nash County, but it pays more. And that's what I'm talking about. So we've spent the money, taxpayers' money, to train them, and then another county benefits from it.
So
That they don't have to do that training.
Commissioner Belfield, I will say that has been a topic of conversation with staff. It does get a little tricky when you're talking about what the financial investment is in one department for a training or a certification versus another department. I'm looking at my sheriff because he and I have had this conversation. And would you like to share with the room your philosophy on this matter?
Is this the appropriate time? Okay, as we talked about it, I had a conversation with Mr. Kerrigan yesterday to ensure that I was right on what I was saying. Those benchmarks that were put into position were put there so that you could see if you were within a reasonable market of what the going market is in surrounding areas. He said 5% below, somebody might not leave. He says, but if it gets more than that, you might have people leave, as EMS did. We've got to look at the amount of money that we put into training. If I have a deputy to leave, not only is that bulletproof vest and that uniform and a lot of things that were there for him, the bulletproof vest can't be used again, and to train him. It takes over a year to train him. And his exact verbiage yesterday was people with certifications. What is a paramedic? How long does it take to become a paramedic? Yeah. And how long does it take? Okay, there's 2 years. With us, it's a year, and that's just to get them there. Forget about the wisdom of knowing who the criminals are and how to process cases and things of that nature. So as she said there, you know, you've got to make sure that you keep those people on board. 110% you do, because when we lose an employee, we're not losing that. We're losing an investment. And it costs a lot of money for 2 years for this person to become a paramedic. For us, a year, and then that's not even counting the other training that's associated with it. So you've got a lot invested in these employees, and we've got to stay with the market value of it. And we're going to go back to talking about when you have a crime or you have a heart attack, do you want a capable person coming? And as here, this has been closed for 42 weeks, I think you said. If you're out there on the highway and have a heart attack, you're going to wish this place was open. Public safety is paramount. Everything else comes behind it. But thank you for allowing me to elaborate.
Yes, sir, and I kicked it to you because of our recent conversation about the expense of sending employees away to like FBI Academy, the investment that's made in those employees, and then we've had some to turn around and retire shortly after. But what the comment that you had made to me was about, you know, if somebody has made the decision that they want to move on and they want to leave Nash County, you know, a mechanism that's going to make them stay here might not be what we want to do, you know, to hold somebody here that doesn't want to be here.
Well, a clause in that could be, before you send them off to training, they agree that, well, I will at least stay 2 years in the position I'm in and not get the training, then boom, go to another county. So, well, they already trained, so the county doesn't have to spend the money to get them trained.
But I think as the county manager is saying, and I agree with her 100%, are they gonna be a gainful employee that are high performing or performing? No, they might be able to sabotage him the whole time. I think if he wants to go, let him go. I want somebody that wants to be here, as you said earlier, who's got good benefits and good things, so that's the people we want. They don't wanna be here, we don't want them sabotaging us.
Thank you.
Well, money seems to talk. It's not silent. It talks.
My question is, why are we getting advice from someone that don't work for Nash County anymore, that left Nash County in the mess that they left them in? Anybody got an answer for that?
I could
Thank
answer,
you.
sir. Who was that?
Anybody on staff, administrative staff, got an answer for it? Thank you.
Any other questions for me?
That's great.
Thank you. We appreciate you. Okay, I don't have any slides. I'm going to talk about the positions, and you've got this sheet in your book under tab, what tab are we on? Under tab 7. For board members that were in small meetings with us, if you'll recall, we did share with you all of the requests that came to us as far as new positions as well as reclassifications. There were a total of 28 new positions requested in a whole lot of different reclasses. Most of the reclasses that we shared with you are things that we've talked through with the department heads, and they were within my ability to approve those and kind of clean this up and get it down to what we've gotten it down to. So on this sheet of paper here, you'll see that those 28 new positions have been reduced to 14, and I will just walk through those, especially for the benefit of those in the room that don't have this in front of them. We had a new position request for an office assistant for our human resources department, and that's currently on the sheet to be funded. With the administration building, we had a request for a facilities maintenance tech. That one is to be effective mid-year, January 1. That's on our sheet. For the sheriff's office, we've got 3 master deputy sheriff positions that are being recommended for funding, as well as the reclass of the assistant detention administration position being reclassed to the lieutenant position. That's being recommended for funding. For the detention facility, 2 new positions there, one for the assistant detention administrator and one for a detention corporal. Under fire and fire marshal's office, we've got a new position for a deputy fire marshal that's being recommended for funding. Under EMS, we've got 4 paramedics that are being recommended for funding, 2 to begin funding July 1, and the other 2 to begin funding January 1. And that's in consideration of some of the current vacancies that we have. Environmental health, the environmental health specialist position is being recommended for funding. And under social services, the social worker 2 for adult services is being recommended for funding. So again, that's a total of 14 positions totaling $1.2 million. And when Nikki provides her presentation on other budget factors that are being considered and where we are with our current gap, this funding, the $1.2 million for these new positions, is in the budget. Reclassifications that have been approved are in the budget. The COLA and merit that Jonathan gave you the numbers for, those are in the current budget. The 1.3 that Tia just went over for the salary study, That is in the current budget. And then a number of other items that Nikki will share with you that are impacts on our budget that are out of our control. Behind that one pager that you have in your packet, you've got these sheets that are stapled together. These are the requests that came to back up the justification for the new position requests. So we have provided that to the board. If today or moving forward, you have questions about a position that was requested that you've seen from the information that we provided to you earlier, from what's being recommended at this point in time, if you have any questions, please reach out. And that's all I have, unless there's any questions.
All right. Any questions for the manager? Commissioner Davis?
$3 million in extra payroll costs reoccurring that's in the budget so far. Okay.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you.
Okay, now the stuff you've all been waiting for.
All right.
We're going to talk about the budget impacts. These are some of the things that we can't control. These are increases that we're facing now in the budget. So we're going to start with the state health plan. The employee cost for state health plan went up to $771.72 from $742 for an increase of $852,000 a year for health insurance. There's also a 2.4% mandatory fee that the state health plan is assessing to all counties that are a part of the state health plan, and that dollar amount right now is that $1.1 million. Retirees, the pre-65, there's a 30% increase. That amount went from $740,000 to $1.6 million. And the post-65 increase went from $24,000 to $426,000.
Related?
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Employee retirement rates, the general retirement rate went from 14.35% to 15.1%. That increased from $622,000. Sorry, that number's not right. To $628,000, sorry. There's an extra 2 in there. Law enforcement retirement rate went from 16.1 to 17.1, and that number's not right either. The Leo severance increased from 21. Melody, are these numbers right? To 331. Okay, an increase of 154. Okay, sorry. One slide's got one number, one's got the other. All right, so these numbers are right. It increased 622,000 up to 6.2 million. Yeah. Sorry.
Got it.
All right, Nash County Public Schools. We currently fund the public school at $21 million with a capital of $1.3, almost $1.4 million. We added SRA funding of $500,000 in FY26. There is a recurring request from the school system currently for $1.6 million for salary supplement and retention. This would be a recurring cost in our budget. Nash Community College and the library. The community college is funded at $3 million with a capital of $290,000. We added $417,000 in FY26 for their year one of their 7-year plan. There is a request for year 2 for a capital of $455,600. And the Braswell Library is currently funded at $1 million. Property and liability, the property and liability estimates a 4% increase to the rates. That's an extra $25,000. Workers' comp remains flat at $91,000. And just a note that workers' compensation claims for FY '25 were $476,000, and current claims for FY '26 are already at $399,000. Any question on those numbers before we go to the revenues and expenses?
Mr. Davis?
Under the, first of all, Nash County Public Schools, we are basing this on the preliminary numbers they sent since we haven't gotten their presentations yet.
They did send us numbers, the 1.62, they sent us a sheet that had some information on it, and I thought I'd sent that out to the board. Did I?
You did. You did.
Yes, okay,
Yes.
yes, they sent that.
So you're basing all of these numbers on what they sent you preliminary.
Right, and that number is not in the current budget.
Right, the 1.6 is not. The other numbers are actually what we currently
Have
fund.
budgeted, but of the 500,000 for the SROs, is that in there right now?
It's in a different spot. It's not
Yeah.
with that, yes.
So the 500,000 for SROs for FY '27, that is budgeted in what she's gonna show you next. The only thing that's not in there is that 1.62. That would need to be a decision of the board.
After the presentation, I hope.
Yes.
The other two numbers on that same slide, are they just what we are budgeting currently and just move it forward, or is it something different than that?
It is what we have budgeted annually for the last number of years now.
Gotcha.
That's their operating, and the 1.396 has been their capital number for years.
Gotcha, okay. And community college is that 7-year plan capital of 455, 600 in the budget that we gonna see?
It's in the
Yep.
CIP. It was in the presentation this morning.
Cole's presentation.
Yeah.
It was not.
But it's gonna be in the budget number that we gonna see in just a minute.
It's not budgeted.
not.
It's not
We
budgeted.
pulled capital.
Yep.
We
All the
pulled that,
capital requests
that
are
extra
not.
the 290 is in there, what we had
Understand.
done annually.
Right.
But the additional 455,600 is not.
Okay. And the library number is what we currently funding that, which is what it says,
It's what we are currently funding this year,
okay?
and
I'm curious to see what "and" is.
I don't really have anything after the "and" right now. I need to get with the city and Edgecombe and find out what they're doing.
And it is anticipated that we will get, I shouldn't say it that way. We'll wait to hear what you got to say.
We're gonna wait,
Thank you.
we're gonna wait, thank you.
All right. Current recommended budget. Oh,
Mr. Chairman. Under property liability insurance, workman's comp, which I've always thought the county's mod rate was higher than it should be, and it appears like we should end up no more than what we were last year, maybe a little bit less. Do you see us having an assigned person working on that is helping bring those claims down and less severe, and the modification may be better in the future, but it affects the rate, what we pay so much?
Right, I think the ongoing management of those claims has definitely improved. And they are, I mean, that program is starting to get some traction, and I mean, he just recently did regular fire drills and things like that. So we are enhancing those services with our employees. And we do hope, we've got a couple of claims that have been going on for a lengthy amount of time, and we are hoping to see an end to some of that expense soon.
Do we have a program yet where when we got someone out, because they can't do their normal job, that we try to find something they can do and put them there to get them back to work, get them off of that? total cost? Are we doing any of that yet?
We are doing a lot of that.
Okay.
Unfortunately, it's, close your ears. I was going to talk about lawyers.
It's fine. You can talk about it.
Well, do you want to say something about that?
I was just gonna say that the carriers' attorneys that are, that work on our workers' comp cases are working diligently on several of those cases to try to do that. And we've got pushback from the employee in all instances. And in fact, we, as recently as a month ago, had their attorney come and tour or some of our facilities to see if those were actually jobs that the person could do. And it's just been long processes with several difficult situations.
Understood, but you just can't give up on that, though.
We're not giving up. I mean,
That mod is just a straight multiplier, simple math. I mean, we gotta get it down.
But I mean, you know, where the lawyers are is they assess a value on the case.
Yeah.
And I mean, you know this, but when they ask for more, the lawyers dig their heels in and we go all these different routes, but we can't force them to settle. And so that's where we are. But we are working. I mean, I'm in the loop on that, although that's not what I do, but I'm in the loop on all that, and we, you know, try to reduce those costs.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
Revenues for FY '27 currently stand at $136 million. Revenues for FY '26 were at $128 million. The percent change is 5.93% increase. Along with that, the expenditures for FY '27 are at $136.7. FY '26, they were at 128, with a percent change of 6.33% increase. The way things stand currently, the fund balance appropriation would be $591,752. The next slide, I will talk about another option we have, the fund balance appropriation after a debt payoff, if that is the appetite of the board, which would leave us in a good position with no fund balance being needed to balance the budget. And a quick estimate of addition to the fund balance for the year end FY '26, I'm estimating, which can change at any time, but it's estimated to be $4.8 million added back to fund balance after FY '26.
$591,752 of fund balance appropriation is to balance the budget currently without CIP.
Right. No CIP request.
No CIP. We would be considering any of the CIP that we talked about this morning being funded out of fund balance.
As a one-time appropriation.
As one-time appropriation, like
Yes.
we discussed last year.
The middle number is, if we
Okay,
discuss
well,
that more.
let me get to the next slide.
Sure.
And I'll help you. So Ted kind of alluded to that this morning, is that there is one piece of debt that we currently have that is a higher rate than what we're currently earning in interest. It's the Highway 97 Shell Building with a 5.27% rate. It is currently budgeted at $483,000 principal for FY '26, $203,000 interest for FY '26, for a total of $686,000 we're budgeted for FY '26 for this payment. In FY '27, we would budget the same $483,000 principal, $178,000 interest, for a total of $661,000 for the payment on that building. The payoff on that building currently is $4 million. If the board approved the debt payoff at this point today, we would have a savings of $728,000 on that debt. which then again would take us back, we'd be able to take out that $661,000 from our budget. And that would give us a positive $69,000 revenues over expenses for the budget for FY '27.
Current fund balance to pay it off, dollar amount?
Current fund balance would be $3,358,951.
How do you reconcile that number? You show the payoff,
We haven't made the payment for this year,
right?
so we already have that money allocated. So the payoff is $4 million. We already have almost $700,000 budgeted, so I would need an additional $3.3 million to make the payoff.
Did we not get, did we not get appropriation from Senator Barnes to put towards that building, and did we use that money for that?
I think some of that money was used on the Shell building, yes. That it certainly didn't cover the entire cost.
We've got more debt than what I remember we should have. Yes, my memory is not good as it used to be. Okay.
Like Ted said this morning, this is the only one that would make sense to go ahead and pay off with our fund balance, just because the interest rates are higher on this than what we're earning currently.
So you're basically gonna take most of what we would add to fund balance at the end of the year to pay this off, but would still enable us to break even.
Correct. I'd give you back about 1.5 million, more than what you give me.
She's a sweet girl, ain't she?
I'm celebrating my 1 year with Nash County today. I'm trying to be nice.
Is this a question that we've been asked of the board?
We are prepared to, she does have an agenda item, and we are prepared to move forward if there was an appetite from the board to consider that today. It's up to you.
I do have a budget amendment prepared.
Mr. Chairman, it's a no-brainer for me, but to support this.
Janice?
I said it's a no-brainer for me to support this, but I don't know how the rest of the board feels.
Any other discussion on that?
I'd like some more time to review it and look at some of the other cuts that's been made. But I mean, I would definitely consider this in the May meeting. I'd just like more time to look at it.
Okay.
Well, she said she's gonna add that to it, so.
I'm good.
It'll still be that.
I'm not sure they're gonna take action on it.
And the dollar amount may change a little bit if we wait till the May meeting, because this is a payoff through May 1st, but
When does that payment, when is it payment
June
scheduled?
1st.
June 1st.
Move this to our May meeting.
Move it to the May meeting?
I'm fine moving to the May meeting.
Yeah.
If we do that, I would like to get the numbers of what the appropriation was from the state to put towards that building, and what we spent on the building, and what the appropriation was, and seems like to me we're off about $1 million somewhere, what our numbers.
All right. We'll put this on the agenda for our May meeting.
any other questions?
Thank you. So that's where we stand today. And, the beginning of May, we'll see if you all make this decision to help influence the budget. But behind her PowerPoint presentation, you were provided with the current revenue and current expenses. So you've got previous versions of this to make your comparisons to. We are, happy to answer questions today, moving forward. we're happy, if anybody wants us to sit down one-on-one and go through some of the changes that have been made to get us to an almost balanced budget, we'll be glad to do that. Just let us know what your needs are, what your questions are.
Okay, Commissioner Davis.
Do we know if we would move forward that in May, how that's gonna affect this? My goal going into this was to not have any more increase in expenditure than what we've got projected in.
Start over, repeat that a little
Okay.
louder.
My goal going into this budget was to not have any more increase in expenditure than what we had in projected conservative revenue coming in. You're closer than what I anticipated us to be. 5.93 versus 6.31. With doing that refinancing, if we did it, it's going to close that gap up or do away with the gap, is what my thought is. Would actually make the expenditure less than what the projected revenue would be. And you're at 98% tax collection rate. So are we going to consider going back to 97.5 where we should be?
All right. Any other discussion? Commissioner Legg?
I'd like to see these numbers re-shown, bringing in the capital number that we have got on the list to spend. That make it clear, capital project number that we don't have in these numbers now. If we could just get an email that shows what these two numbers would look like on page 4 with the capital in there, that would help me a whole lot.
Commissioner Legg?
Okay, thank you. If there's requests that we have during the year, I know you all prefer to receive them during this time of year when we're doing budget and not necessarily during the off-season per se. So I did have one thing that I wanted to bring up. And first, before I just talk about that, I want to just acknowledge and appreciate all the work that's been done so far to look after the county employees and just carefully evaluating all the requests from the different departments. So my comment and ask is something that isn't necessarily under the roof of the county administration building, but it does have something to do with the services being provided out in the county. And it has to do with the fire departments. So right now as it stands, the county ambulance service or the EMS service is funded by the county. And our fire service and first responders that run in partnership with EMS is funded through the local fire districts and the tax that's collected district by district. So over recent years and continuing to now, there's been an incredible increase in the amount of calls that the local fire departments are responding to. So much that the large majority of the fire departments have paid staff. The paid staff for the rural fire departments is a growing trend as the volunteers decrease and as those calls are increasing. So this trend is only going to continue, and it's my belief that over the next 10 years, the burden of the fire service is ultimately going to shift to the county because the fire departments just can't keep up with the call demand, which is mandated that they respond. They can't keep up with this with the up to 15-cent fire tax that they're limited to. So it's something I'd like to be considered is providing each fire department with a $50,000 yearly stipend to assist with their staffing. This would help put the fire departments on more even footing across the county, as well as give them more stability to provide the required services across the growing rural parts of the county. And I'm happy to, explain more if you'd like, or at a later time, kind of come in and explain a little more. Thank you.
Commissioner Davis?
I'd just like to ask Commissioner Leggett, where and how where did she come up with $50,000? And how do you justify it all being the same when the responsibility of each fire department is significantly different in service area and total assessed value that they're protecting? Should those items come into play as well, or is it just a beginning point for you in your thoughts?
I think more or less it's a beginning point, to start building that bridge towards maybe some county fire service in the future. You know, whether you're in Red Oak or whether you're in Salem or in Stanhope, if you're having to pay daytime people, they all pretty much cost the same.
Understood. Okay.
Okay, we'll take into consideration what you said. That is a whole nother subject topic. And, yes, Mr. Davis.
I will say that the only reason you see one of the fire departments in my district, and part of your district, Mr. Chairman, is asking for a rate increase this year, and the total reason for that, if you study the numbers, is primarily for more paid staff to put there, so that could possibly alleviate, her idea could possibly alleviate that and need for that, or a portion of that possibly. So I certainly think it's an item worth looking at, and I agree that paid staff, whether it's one, whether it's two, whether it's three at each fire department, is going to cost basically the same amount of money. It seems like something very well worth looking into.
Well, like I said, it's a topic that need further study, further discussion, but not today. Okay, anything?
That completes our agenda for today.
Any other discussion on the budget that we, any commissioner need to say? Commissioner Davis?
I'm afraid you said Commissioner Davis many times today, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, you asked a lot of questions.
But I just want to say, I certainly appreciate the effort put forward by the staff that has put this together. It's always not a easy process to do, but the way we see it, the way it's presented, if I at my age can understand 80% of it, you've done a darn good job, and I think I actually understand 90% of it. So thank everybody that has worked on it on behalf of Commissioner number 7.
Thank you.
Commissioner Outlaw?
Manager, would it be your expectation that this board would provide you feedback on suggested recommendations in any changes prior to our next meeting?
Please, yes.
Thank
We'd
you.
love to hear from you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Meeting, Commissioner Outlaw, you're talking about May?
Whenever the next meeting is.
Our next meeting.
Not budget meeting, but commissioner meeting.
I'm talking about budget meeting.
Oh, okay.
So
What is that?
we don't have another budget meeting. The next time you'll be presented, it will be the presentation of the recommended budget,
Mid-month. Would that be mid-month?
mid-month, yes.
That's when we should give you recommendations. How far in advance of that meeting?
As soon as
Like
possible.
tomorrow?
As soon as possible would be helpful.
Maybe in the next few days?
Sure, but I mean, but
Maybe a week?
too, if you do come up with something,
Okay.
you know, just please
Okay.
let us know.
Thank you.
All right. Any other discussion by Commissioner? Hearing none, can I get a motion to adjourn our budget session meeting?
So moved.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins, second by Commissioner Davis. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, motion carried, meeting adjourned.